County Chamber of Commerce. This is our second live stream for Love Your Local. Love Your Local is a grassroots fundraising effort that we started the beginning of this year in February with our first launch of fundraising and a live stream around the Valentine's Day weekend. Now is our second iteration. Good morning, Maria. Our second iteration started on Mother's Day and is running through Father's Day. We are super happy to have Lori kick off the day with us. Lori is ittakesanopenheart.com. Lori has been guiding explorations in meditation and yoga in Hudson County for the past 20 years. She is a beautiful light, beautiful soul, beautiful person, and we're very happy to have her start off our live stream with a meditation. So I'll kick it off to you, Lori.
Thank you so much for having me. It's such a joy to begin the day with you, and I so appreciate your efforts to help support the local businesses here in Hudson County, which are just a source of nourishment for all of us. And you know, being a part of this community, it just means so much. So I'm so happy to begin the day here with you.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. So I figured it would be good to go ahead and get started just by finding our way into a comfortable seat. Now, you might be seated on a chair, you might be seated on the ground, you might be in bed, wherever you are. If you're in a seated position, I'm just going to ask that you try to bring your shoulders back over your hips, rock the bowl of the pelvis forward and back, and just find a comfortable way to position the body. If you're seated on a chair or on the ground, you'll want to make sure that your hips are lifted up an inch or two higher than your knees to prevent your feet from falling asleep and your legs from being in discomfort. What is most essential is that you feel at ease and at home in your seat. I'm going to invite us to begin with just a few grounding breaths, and we're going to do this by imagining you had a straw in your mouth. And I'm going to ask you to take a deep breath in through your nose and let go as slowly as you can through that straw in your mouth. Again, draw a deep breath in. And let go as slowly as you can through that straw in the mouth. Really feel the breath this time as you draw a deep breath in. And let it go. If you're comfortable doing so, close your eyes and see if you can listen from the beginning to the end of the sound of the bell. From here, plant palm on top of palm over your heart. And feel the space and the place where the heart meets the hand, and the space and the place where the hands meet each other. And see if you can feel the rise of the chest as you breathe in, and the fall of the chest as you breathe out. Feeling your way home to the body, to the moment, by listening deeply to the breath. As you do so, you may notice that thoughts may continue to rise and float on by, that emotions may surface to be felt. And you are wide as the spacious sky, so let the thoughts and the feelings simply be, without giving chase, without running away, simply present as the spaciousness of sky. Imagine you were meeting yourself here as though you were meeting someone who you love that you haven't seen in a really long time. You get that leaping feeling in your heart, that sense of joy rippling up from within, and receive yourself with that kind of love and gratitude. In fact, you might choose to lower one hand onto the belly, and kind of like that delicious feeling you get when you hold a baby in your arms who's sleeping. Hold yourself with that same kind of love, that same gentle awareness. Before bringing the hands to release in a way that feels comfortable for you. Allow the forehead to relax and the jaw to unclench. Lifting the heart, feel the shoulders relax and drop down the back. And feel the seat here, rooted in the earth. Landing in your heart with a practice of gratitude. So take a moment to acknowledge with deep thanks. This morning, I woke up. I woke up this morning. This is no small miracle. I know this is a privilege that was denied to many. This morning, I woke up. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This morning I woke up with a bed beneath me and a roof overhead. Thank you. Thank you. When I opened my eyes, I could see. Thank you. Through my ears, I could hear the sounds of the street, the sounds of the birds calling. Thank you. I could feel the sheets over my body. I could feel a loved one near. Thank you. When I set down my feet on the ground this morning, I could press down into them and stand. This gift of a body with which to walk and to run, to dance and to skip, to move through this world. Thank you. For any measure of health that I have, thank you. For this heart that knows how to breathe, to beat, thank you. For these lungs breathing me here, thank you. For the gift of this body, of this day, unrepeatable, thank you, thank you, thank you. Each day, unrepeatable, each breath, unrepeatable, a miracle, thank you. It's so easy for the mind to get stuck, retelling stories from the past or dreaming up the future, but it's rare that we land where we are. And this practice of gratitude helps open our eyes, our hearts and our minds to see the multitude of ways we are held and we are blessed in each moment. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So I invite you to take just a few moments to acknowledge a few specific blessings in your life for which you are grateful right now. If nothing comes immediately to mind or to heart, return to the tidal flow of the breath. Each breath a gift. Notice your breath once again. See if you can balance the flow of the breath, counting up to 4 as you breathe in, and up to 4 as you breathe out. Breathing in, 2, 3, 4, and out, 2, 3, 4, and in, 2, 3, 4, and out, 2, 3, 4, and in, and out, and in, and out, and in, and out. Land in your heart once again. So for many of us, there's so much that lives side by side in the heart. Some that's enjoyable to feel, and some that can be uncomfortable. On this leading edge of great expansion, after a year of great contraction, there is joy, there is fear, there is sadness. Whatever is here, allow it to be here and welcome it all. As we make our way now through this practice of loving kindness meditation, we'll begin with ourselves. So I'm going to ask you to see if you can really allow yourself to drop into the feeling sense of these phrases as we repeat them here. May I be full of loving kindness. May I be well. May I be peaceful and at ease. May I be happy. May I be full of loving kindness. May I be well. May I be peaceful and at ease. May I be happy. Full of loving kindness, well, peaceful and at ease, happy. what would it feel like to be full of loving kindness? To hold a space for yourself in which the whole of yourself was seen and heard, safe and loved. What if all who you encountered felt that way in your presence? May I be full of loving kindness. May I be well. What does it mean to be well? Of body, of mind, of heart. How would it feel to be well? Today, may I be well. May I be peaceful and at ease. Can you think of a time and a space in your life where you felt deeply peaceful and at ease? How would it feel to walk in this world at peace and at ease in body, mind, and heart? Today, may I be happy. The kind of happy that I feel when I see a loved one I've missed, the kind of happy that I feel when I see the flowers in bloom, the kind of happy that I feel when I feel the sun on my shoulders or see the ocean's tide coming and going, or hear the song of the birds in the morning. Today, may I be happy. May I be full of loving kindness. May I be well. May I be peaceful and at ease. May I be happy. May I be full of loving kindness. May I be well. May I be peaceful and at ease. May I be happy. May I be full of loving kindness. May I be well. May I be peaceful and at ease. May I be happy. Full of loving kindness and well. Peaceful, at ease, happy. Like a bag of tea in water. Allow yourself to steep in these feelings. When we bring yellow to blue, we get green. When we bring red to blue, we get purple. What we bring with us as we move through the world affects the world in ways seen and unseen. May we walk in this world full of loving kindness, well, peaceful and at ease, happy. I invite you now to call to your mind and your heart someone who you love. It might be a friend or a family member, a pet. Whoever came to mind, see them seated here in front of you. Know that they too have living side by side in their hearts, great joy and fear, sadness and peace. That which is unhealed, untouched, unseen, unfelt, unknown. And from your heart to their heart, offer love. And sense their hearts lifting as you offer the same prayers and wishes for them today. May you be full of loving kindness, well, peaceful and at ease, happy, full of loving kindness, kindness, well. Peaceful, at ease, and happy. Full of loving kindness, well. Peaceful and at ease, happy. Full of loving kindness, well. Peaceful and at ease, happy. Sense them steeping in these prayers and these wishes, their hearts rising higher, their smiles growing wider, their minds and their hearts more at ease. May you be full of loving kindness, well, peaceful, at ease, and happy. If you're like me, there's probably a few to choose from here, but I want you now to think of a restaurant or a coffee place, somewhere you walk into kind of often. Maybe not this past year, but a place that has a place in your heart. And I want you to envision in your mind's eye someone you see in that place, someone behind the counter. Maybe you know their names and you speak with them regularly. Maybe you've never bothered to ask, but their face is familiar. And see them sitting here now with you. And know that they too have living side by side in their hearts so much joy and so much sadness, so much fear, countless stories, concerns, reasons to be thankful. And with as much love, offer prayers and wishes for them now. May you be full of loving kindness and well, peaceful, at ease, and happy. May you be full of loving kindness, well, peaceful, and at ease, and happy. Full of loving kindness, well, peaceful, at ease, and happy. And offer gratitude for the ways in which they've served you and cared for you. And sense their heart lifting, their smile wider. As though we had a light here shining in our hearts, reaching out, touching the hearts of all beings in Hudson County. Those who woke up suffering, those who woke up joyful, everybody. Those you've met, those you've never met. Offer prayers and wishes for all. Today, may we be full of loving kindness, well, peaceful, at ease, and happy. Full of loving kindness, well, peaceful, at ease, and happy. Full of loving kindness, well, peaceful, and at ease, and happy. Now imagine what it would feel like to live in a home, to walk in this world in a way where all beings were seen and heard, safe and loved, full of loving kindness and well, peaceful and at ease and happy. As we offer prayers and wishes for all beings in this world, may we be full of loving kindness and well, peaceful and at ease and happy. Now come back to your own heart. much as when we drop a stone in the river and the ripples widen out. Every word we speak, every action we take has ripples. We all affect each other, so the greatest way to create change in this world is the way that we walk within it. And so return once again to prayers and wishes for yourself today. May I be full of loving kindness, well, peaceful and at ease and happy. Full of loving kindness, well, peaceful and at ease and happy. Once again, plant palm on palm over heart and take a deep breath in through the nose, blowing slowly out a straw through your mouth. 2 more times. And bow your head now into your heart. In closing, I brought a poem that I wrote to share with you now. The sun rises and sets, the moon waxes and wanes, both whole in the sky, always. The waves come and go, they arise, make their way to shore and return home, having never left. The drop in the wave and the wave in the ocean sing the same song of belonging to a source that is home. We are each of us whole already and always and belong to something greater than ourselves. We arise in this wave form of human for a short while and return home, never having left. This living is the song that we sing of belonging to ourselves, to something greater than ourselves, to the vastness which embraces us all. May we awaken to the knowing that taking care of ourselves, taking care of each other, taking care of this earth, all one, and what we were made for. We are love embodied, always whole, always home. Please remember who you are. Thank you so much for sitting this morning. As you're ready, you can crack your eyes on open. I'd be happy to answer any questions. I will just share that, I avoided meditation for a really long time because I thought I was really bad at it. And my mind was always really busy, and I'd go to sit down and I wasn't experiencing peace or ease or any kind of like rainbow lights or, any kind of anything except frustration. And I went on a retreat. It was a yoga retreat, but it had a meditative component to it. And the teachers there said, oh no, the mind doesn't stop. The mind is always going to go, and then that made me feel a little better. And she said, what happens when you meditate consistently, you don't get as bothered when it wanders off, and you're able to bring yourself back a little sooner with a little more ease. And I was like, oh, okay, that sounds good. And it was Sharon Salzberg on this retreat that shared with me this practice of loving kindness meditation that I shared with you this morning. And what I love about this practice of meditation is that, we don't need to sit there with a quiet mind, that we can actively cultivate for ourselves prayers and wishes and for each other. And that practice just felt like home for me for a while. And so that's why I chose to share it with you this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Thank you. Uh, Literally, my first question was going to be, how important is it to adopt a meditation practice?
Oh my God. I have to say, like, I really don't know. I really don't know what I would do if I didn't have it. Different people find peace in different ways, but I have to say, for me, it's become like brushing my teeth. When I'm not meditating consistently, I am so much more easily triggered, quicker to lose my patience, prone to depression, anxiety, insomnia, bad digestion. It ripples out in so many ways in our lives, and can affect just about everything. If we could take a pill that would give us all of the benefits that meditation could offer without any side effects whatsoever that were negative, people would be lining up to pop that thing. But what requires us actually doing something, which is doing nothing, which goes counter to everything that we've been programmed to do, just to sit down and do nothing. It's hard, and so I think a lot of people just don't give it a chance for whatever reason. But I mean, it is, gosh, it's such an amazing tool to have in a kid. I remember when my son was really little, my meditation practice got kind of sporadic, honestly, and he would know. He would know come midday. He'd say, "You didn't." We had a book called Peaceful Piggy Meditation, and he would say, "You didn't sit like a peaceful piggy last night, did you, Mama? Because your voice is getting." And I didn't even realize that my voice was getting louder or my patience was getting shorter. He did, So I think that it affects us in all kinds of ways. And if we could develop a practice of meditation, it not only, again, affects us, but it affects every single person we engage with throughout the day in ways that we can't even fathom.
So what have you found, if any, are new challenges that your clients and your customers are facing now that we're, sort of trying to come back to normal, dealing with everything that we've dealt over the past year plus?
I mean, the most common thing, and I have like goosebumps right now because I'm hearing it from just about everyone I'm talking to, is a mounting sense of anxiety. There's the obvious joy of being able to see friends and family and move in wider circles, but there are a lot of people that don't want to go back. And the reality is there is no going back. I mean, we can never go back. We're always moving forward. And I think, the most important, piece of advice that I've been giving people is just to pause. Just because the world is expanding in dramatic ways doesn't mean you have to say yes to every invitation. It doesn't mean that you need to go back to what was if you now recognize it doesn't work for you anymore. We have choices available to us. And I think it's really important to be patient with ourselves and to listen deeply to what's coming up for ourselves. And the tiniest shifts in routine, holding on to them can make such a big difference as we move into the world. But yeah, I think that the most common thing I'm hearing is just, other than, again, joy and seeing each other and being able to engage with each other, is this anxiety about not wanting to go back to things being as fast-paced as they were. People enjoying having more time and more space to just be.
Right. How do you help them deal with the shift?
For many of them, what we're doing is I'm encouraging to think of it like a blank canvas. And there are some things that absolutely need to come in, right? So those things need to go on the canvas, but to be really conscious about what you're adding in. I mean, we kind of went to a blank slate. And so just bringing some consciousness to what we're saying yes to and what we're saying no to can be really helpful. Simple things like making sure during the course of the day that you're pausing and taking 3 deliberate breaths, and just coming back to yourself before moving, before picking up the phone to make a phone call, before walking out the door in the morning. Just coming back to ourselves is really helpful. So
I
those micro moments of just grounding in ourselves, and really, having the courage to listen to the way we're guided, and recognizing, that if we're feeling this tug, that the people around us are also feeling this tug. And it really gives us is an amazing opportunity to change how we do things. For example, I used to host retreats that would have upwards of like 20, 25 people. And last year when I hosted a retreat, it was half that size, and the group was really intimate and small, and we got all of us so much more out of that experience. And this year, I'm hosting again and keeping it very small. And the women that came were very clear that they wanted it small. So I think that we have the opportunity to redesign how we're working, and how we're moving. And ultimately, we might all be served better by that, because who we are now isn't who we are then. If we weren't changed by what's gone down, then, I think we've all experienced it in some way.
Well, I think that that's also part of the struggle, right? So not only is there so much about the world, and what we knew as our old normal is now different and changed, but we've also changed as people. To your point earlier, we've had to have changed at this
Yeah.
point. And it's dealing and sort of coping with the how do I deal with the fact that my business has changed? How do I deal with the fact that my regular customers have changed? How do I deal with the fact that I myself have changed?
Yeah.
And how do you keep that sort of loving kindness practice going throughout the day when you want to rip your hair out?
No, I know. And I think that's the thing. I mean, and that's why, for me, before I go to sleep at night, before I move out the door in the morning, doing a little practice of patience and loving kindness with myself, just putting my hand on my heart, envisioning myself as a young child. Like, there are different tools that you can use just to combat, because you're right. I mean, the shifts have been it's been like tectonic shifts, in the interior and the exterior, and now it's shifting again, but I think, asking the questions is so important, and acknowledging the changes is so important, because then we're navigating our way not through an old map and territory, which doesn't exist anymore, and so I think it's important that we give ourselves permission to, make the new map now, see what the territory actually looks like now, and then adjust ourselves to meet that territory as who we are now, with the understanding that that's going to be continuing to evolve. And so our resilience and our adaptability is essential. And I honestly, I have no idea how you do that if you're not meditating, or you don't have a practice of some sort that supports you in being able to have a thought without attaching to it, and being able to sit in those questions.
Right.
It's so helpful, because there's so much. And I guess, just to take heart that, you're not the only one that's asking those questions. We're all trying to navigate this the best we can, and it's not going to be perfect. It's going to be messy. And so being okay with it being messy and not having the answers, I think
that's sometimes really hard. That's probably sometimes the hardest part for people, is being okay with getting to the point that you've established a new normal for yourself. So throughout the day today, starting with you, and moving over to Talia Filippelli, and moving even into Lois's session later on today, we really are talking about all of the elements around us, including ourselves, that are changing, and how do we use either whatever's going on around us, relationships we have with other people, the changes going on with us, inside our families, our jobs, our businesses, etc. How do we use all of that as a collective to make the right decisions, and start to get back to what the new normal is?
Yeah. And I think it comes down to, for me, honestly, is like, we each have to listen to ourselves, right? Because we're all going to have different levels of comfort with things. And we all have to cultivate a certain level of okayness with knowing the way that feels right for me to move may not be how feels right for you to move. And the way that one business is approaching something isn't necessarily the way you're going to approach something. And that's okay. There's room for all of it, you know? And I think that the more we can listen to ourselves and trust as we're guided, and the more willing we are to open our eyes to what's really happening, you know, the greater ease with which we can kind of navigate the sea change that's going to continue to happen. But it's an interesting time for sure. And I mean, I can say that during the pandemic, you know, I've been teaching yoga for a really long time. And I've also been offering meditation services. And this past year, had way more people inquiring about meditation than the physical practice of yoga. And I feel like it's such a sanity saver and a bringer of grace and patience. And again, the capacity to sit in the discomfort, in the center of it. And the willingness to do that.
Right.
And so, I really encourage anyone who's kind of curious to check it out, because it can really make a big difference.
Thank you, Lori. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please tell everyone how they can get in touch with you.
Absolutely. So thank you for that question. So you can find me on Instagram at litwithin. My website is ittakesanopenheart.com, and that's also my Facebook page. I am going to be kicking off. I run a seasonal program through the whole season of summer, for example, where I'll be sending out 2 guided meditations and a mantra a week and reflections for self-study. And this summer is going to be entirely focused on navigating this shift. And individuals supporting each other in this shift. And we have a live meditation that we do together Friday mornings at 7 o'clock, those who are able to as well. So if you're interested, the name of that program is Root and Bloom. And you can also email me at Laurie, Laurie, at ittakesanopenheart.com.
Thank you, Lori. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Always wonderful to see you.
Yes, you too. You too. It sounds like a beautiful day. Thank you so much for the work that you're doing and for all the Chamber does to support the businesses in the community here.
Thank you. Thank you. Stay tuned. We're going to have a lot of fun, full stuff and holiday, fun-filled activities and things. So we have a lot planned for the rest of the year. So we would love for you to be part of it as well.
I'd be so happy to. Thank you. And have a
Thank you,
beautiful
Lori.
day.
You too.
Yes,
Thank you.
welcome.
Thank you. Wow, that was wonderful. I feel very calm and centered. Hi, Maria. I think you're on mute.
I'm on mute.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you? That was wonderful. Again, she's fantastic, Lori.
She is.
And I need to pick back up my meditation so that it becomes like brushing my teeth as well.
Right.
Like, I can't imagine getting to that point, but I feel like once you get there, like, wow, you really understand how important it is. So, but just going through that this morning, I'm like so much calmer now.
Right. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Me too. And even just thinking about how to take even the smallest meditation practice, even to Lori's point, stopping and taking 3 breaths in, taking 3 breaths out to sort of clear yourself and center yourself. So, it's really important as we sort of go through the rest of the day, which I mentioned, during Lori's segment, that we're trying to navigate the crazy world, right? And get back to something that's normal. So it starts with us, of course, us, the person, ourselves. We are small business owners. We are, part of the Chamber. We are, fellow, community members. We're trying to help our fellow, colleagues sort of deal with the ever-changing situation, right? And trying to get back to something that is considered normal, which is really actually a very good segue into our next segment, who Talia, right, is on next. She should be coming on shortly. Or actually, she comes on at 10:15, right? So we have a little time before Talia comes on. But to Lori's point, I know her Root and Bloom is wonderful. then I would encourage, everybody to get to some sort of mind clearing practice, as well as a physical one too. I think, because we were all locked up for so many months. Obviously, the physical aspect has decreased. Exercise, going to the gym, et cetera, and the mental piece needs to be sustained as well, right? As we try to figure out what our next moves are, reopening businesses, changing businesses. Do you wear a mask? Do you not wear a mask? I mean, I don't know if we are going to get into all of that today. But I think that everybody needs to just be kind and considerate and respectful of whatever wishes a business might have as to whether or not they ask you to be patient because of staffing issues, which we'll talk about at noon today. When we have our fellow business partners on at noon, we're going to be talking to several of our business partners are joining us. I think a good.
Do you want to go through the schedule for
Yeah,
everyone?
sure. Absolutely. Let's do that. So,
I put it up on the screen, so I hope everyone can see it.
So next up at 10:15, we're going to be talking to Talia Filippelli from Star Therapy. And our session with Talia is, how do we do normal again, right? Hopefully she can give us, I know she will give us some tips and insight on how to navigate getting back to what will be your own personal normal. Of course, keeping in mind all of the stuff that we learned from Lori, right? And even just a little mind clearing and meditation practice and incorporating that into our daily routine. At 11 o'clock, we're going to be talking to Whole Foods. Whole Foods Market is a sponsor of our Love Your Local. So again, shout out to them and thank you for their very generous sponsorship to Love Your Local. We're going to be talking to Lucia Albero and Chris Menka at 11 o'clock, and we're going to go through the local supplier program that they have, and then also their dedication to local communities, and then opening it up to a quick question and answer. We are then going to talk to our panel. So we have our local businesses from several different businesses are going to be joining us today. We have Commissioner Anthony Romano from Louise and Jerry's. We have Dale Maury Ryan from Boy Cafe. We have Daniela Sarbu from Cafe Ismay. We have Clemence Danko from Chaco Pond Bakery. Vince Chrysler from the Colo Club and Pilsner House. Claude Lewis from Freetown Road Project. Bob O'Neill from Hendrickson's Corner. And Erica Gillespie from Ani Ramen. So they are part of our core business partner group that have been with us from the beginning. So we're going to be talking to them about the top 10 challenges that are faced by small businesses. We have a guideline of what we're going to go through. I think that probably number one topic is going to be staffing, right? But we'll get there. We'll get there at noon, and we'll see how everybody's sort of coping and dealing with that. After the panel discussion, we're going to be talking to Lois Kramer Perez. She's from Mambo Feng Shui. She's back with us. She was with us with our first live stream back in February, which just so happened was the eve of the Chinese New Year. And today is a very big solar eclipse. So we're going to be talking to Lois on, what's the moon got to do with it? I think it's got a lot to do with it because there's a lot going on around us, and we feel that energy. We have a lot of changes going on within us. We have a lot of changes going on within each of our communities. That's a lot for everybody to deal with. So we'll talk to Lois about ways that we can sort of use that energy to help us make the right decisions and keep our minds clear. And then after that, we're going to be talking to Teddy Ward and Dan Sachs from Mana Contemporary. They just had a very successful Jersey City Mural Festival this past weekend, which we were part of. And we'll talk to them about how the Mural Festival went, any upcoming events that they might have, and that's it, and their support for the Jersey City community. So that's what we have planned today. Yeah, should be a fun day.
So why don't we do this while we wait for Talia, if you don't mind. I'll share my screen with regards to the Love Your Local campaign. You can tell us how the fundraising is going. And let's see. Let me see if I can do this. I'm going to turn this off for a second. And
then we can also share the video too.
all right. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So do you want to just take us through sort of where the campaign is right now and how it's doing? And
so you can find the Love Your Local campaign on tinyurl.com/loveyourlocal. Right now we are at almost 50% of our initial $50,000 goal. That does include the sponsorships from Whole Foods, gift card purchases that we've had through each of our business partners. You can see down the page, there are different fundraising campaigns. Each of our business partners has a team page that's been created. So if you want to reach out and make a donation under any of the business partners pages, they will get 60% of the money that they raise. So show your love for all of the businesses, show your love for Love Your Local. All of this money is going back to the businesses. That's the point of the Restaurant Relief Fund in this fundraising effort. So you can see all of the sponsors so far, all of the wonderful effort from each of the different businesses to help raise money over the past couple of months since we've been live since February. I know that we have a lot of fun stuff planned for the rest of the year and our next iteration, which will kick off probably around the fall, right around the holidays. So we'll have a lot of stuff happening at that time. Not going to give any spoilers away now at this time. So we'll keep that and announce that soon over the summer.
right. And what I wanted to add too is if you also want to purchase, so some of the money that we've been raising has been going to the purchase of gift cards to local restaurants. And if you want to actually purchase a gift card, it's very simple. You can go to the Chamber website, and what I'll do is I'll pull it up here for everybody and share my screen again. Let me put this that away. And we have a number of restaurant partners that we've been able to get gift cards with. They do include Chapel Pond and the Colo Club, Pilsner House. So in order to do that, you would go and visit the Chamber website. And then in here in our business directory, click on our business directory, and then just right up here, you would just change this to store. And welcome to our Chamber directory store, and click on Love Your Local gift cards. And you get an explanation about how we're raising funds for local restaurants to really do two things. Number one is to boost visibility. So we are using a large part of the funds to really advertise how Hudson County has become a food destination. And we're trying to attract people to come and partake of all the wonderful restaurants here. So we're hoping that from that effort, all restaurants in Hudson County benefit. And then we do have partners that have really been working very closely with us. And these are the restaurants that we have gift cards with. So all of these gift cards are available at a 40% discount. So for example, you want to get a gift card, for example, to Louise and Jerry's, which is in Hoboken, you can get a $50 gift card right now for just $30. And what a better way to thank Dad or thank the dad in your life by taking them out to dinner, or taking them out for a meal, or just giving them a gift card that they can enjoy throughout the year. So every gift card is on sale right now and will continue to be on sale throughout the year for as long as we have them at a 40% discount. So we're encouraging everybody to take advantage of that deal. It's quite a deal, I have to say.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, it totally is.
So all you have to do is go there, make a purchase. It's super easy, and then you'll get your gift card in the mail And then that funding that is provided goes back into our Love Your Local fund and will continue to replenish our gift card supply.
Right. Thank you for that explanation. Thank you.
Absolutely.
And throughout the day, we're going to be throwing out there that if folks donate at least $25, we can talk about t-shirt giveaways. We can talk about entering a pool for a gift card. We also have really cute buttons, which I have mine on today. So throughout the day, we have fun merchandise. We have new t-shirts. There it is. Love my t-shirt. Thank you very much. So we just encourage, if you could donate whatever you can to help the cause. Again, this is for the local restaurants of Hudson County, Hoboken, Jersey City. We even have a Bayonne partner with Hendrickson's Corner, who's part of our core partnership, restaurant partnership group. So anything that you can do to help support is greatly appreciated. Again, the website is tinyurl.com/loveyourlocal.
Let's pull up one of our videos,
Okay.
so everyone can get a sense of what it is where our vision is, basically. To love Hudson County is to love your local food scene. Whether it's your favorite coffee shop, diner, pizza place, tapas restaurant, Indian, or Chinese takeout. Let's face it, the options are endless, and we all have our favorites. The places where we hang out with friends after a long week or celebrate a major life event with family. They're all right here in Hudson County. They help make our county rich in flavor, diversity, and possibilities. They add to our cherished memories. Join us in supporting locally owned restaurants and eateries. Order from your favorites. Dine in as soon as you feel comfortable. Buy a gift card. Make a donation to our Love Your Local Relief Fund. Or do all of the above. Together, let's build a stronger Hudson County. Love your local today.
That's such a great video. And we want to thank our partners in Brandon Shorts, which is a video production company in Hoboken, New Jersey, who has made that video for us. And of course, Maria's vocals. Thank you very much for always being part of the effort to. You don't want me in the Brooklyn accent, so it's good. Thank you.
Or is that what your accent is? It's a Brooklyn accent.
It's something like that. I don't know. I've never.
I have no idea. I can never distinguish accents in the New York region. They all start to sound the same to me. So I have no idea what kind of accent I have. So no, that is a great video. They did a wonderful job, and we've got a couple of videos from them that we can show. Another one later on in the day after. I guess, or do we have some time now before Talia comes on?
We probably have about 5 minutes before Talia pops on.
Let me pop that one on then.
Okay.
Hold on.
They play an important role in our lives, a place to make memories, celebrate special moments.
We celebrate everything. We celebrate life. We celebrate happiness.
We like to think of ourselves as more of a community space, and coffee is just one of the products and one of the ways that we connect with people.
We've been part of the community and have not only celebrated weddings with so many people, but we're now working with them on their children's sweet 16s and engagement parties and graduations.
We have a lot of people who live in town who've been married at the Colo Club. I see people through town and now they have kids. You know, we've helped to build lives.
Businesses are a part of our community. They support us. Let's support them. Make new memories this Mother's Day. Support your local businesses. Love your local.
Another wonderful video. You know, supporting local businesses are is just so important. So growing up in Brooklyn, we did not shop at one big store. We shopped at 11 little stores, and they were all locally owned by, our neighbors in the neighborhood where we lived, in the community where we lived. And, having that sort of upbringing and way of shopping just really, it really sort of just always resonated with me. So being a small business owner myself, or even just understanding the impact of my fellow colleagues and friends who own businesses, and even try to patronize other local businesses around town, it's just so important. It's so important. Large businesses, don't get me wrong, everybody serves their purpose. It serves their purpose for whatever need, but supporting that local business is really just a validation that they're part of that community, which is why it's so wonderful that we have Whole Foods on board. Whole Foods and their local supplier program, they get it too, right? They want to showcase the local businesses in their larger corporation, right? And larger storefront. So it really sort of all kind of ties together. It's just so important. It's so important.
Right. I mean, the models may have changed, and you do have these larger corporations, but they have these platforms that they're leveraging to really support local business. So, so it is important to support both the local business and then those who are also really trying to work with those local suppliers, because they're all part of the community. You made me think about growing up in Washington Heights and, going to like the bodegas. We all know there are bodegas in all of our lives. Those are local stores that we support. But like the local store where my mom would buy like our corsages for our birthdays and stuff like that. Those tiny little storefronts that were just part of the neighborhood and, just part of the scenery, really. So,
but they knew you by name. They knew who you were. They knew who your mom was, right? They knew, her children's names. They knew my mom. They knew me, my sister, my dad. You know what I mean? It was just, you lived next door to these folks. And it's the same thing that we're all dealing with now, regardless of whatever community, whether you're in Hoboken, Jersey City, Bayonne, throughout Hudson County, up in Bergen County, your neighbor, and your neighbor owns a local business. So, do your part and patronize those local businesses and show them your love.
Excellent. Well, I'm glad to be here with you today, and I want to thank you, Dawn, for all that you do.
Thank you.
For the Hudson County and the Hoboken Chambers of Commerce. I can't speak because I haven't had my own coffee this morning from a locally owned shop, which I'm going to have to go sneak out and find some coffee very soon. But really, seriously, thank you for spearheading this for us, and really being on top of it and sort of a champion for locally owned businesses. And I know that you are a locally owned business owner yourself. So obviously, this is near and dear to you. But I want to thank you for all of your work on this.
Well, thank you for the support of the Hudson County Chamber and your creativity of creating this program and supporting this program and getting the right people on board to help us grow the program, and the outreach to the local businesses to bring them on board, and helping with the sponsorship. And, I don't know if people really realize the amount of work that it goes into starting a grassroots effort like this, even down to the website and, the videos to explain to people how to donate, and then Instagram posts and social media and project plans and who we're going to reach out to. And it's been a collaborative effort. So thank you also. And thank you to Hudson Impact, who has helped us launch in February and continues to provide support throughout the iterations of our live streams and our events.
Excellent. So I think, are we ready to bring Talia on?
Yes.
All right. I may use my time now to sneak out.
Get your coffee. Absolutely.
All right. And I'll tell you what Leone's store I get it from. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. See you later.
Oh.
Hi.
Hi. I realized it was my fault that that I wasn't showing up on there.
How are you, Talia?
I'm good. How are
I'm
you?
very good. I'm very good. So if everybody doesn't know who Talia Filippelli is, she is the owner of Star Therapy, Hoboken, New Jersey. Be happy on purpose. Isn't that a fabulous tagline? Sometimes a little bit harder to do, easier to say, harder to do, right?
Yes.
She is voted top doc in the New Jersey Family Magazine 6 years in a row. So we are always grateful for our resident therapist, Talia, to be part of all that we do in the chamber and your support. Today's session is, how do we do normal again? I don't even know where to start.
I know. And you know what? It's a loaded question because there's like a hesitation. I actually heard this phrase, maybe you've heard it too. It was in a Washington Post article. This idea of FONO. Have you heard of that before?
No.
So FONO as compared to FOMO, right? We all heard of FOMO, fear of missing out.
Right.
FONO was this thing I saw in a Washington Post article. It's fear of normal. Fear of normal. So, and it's sort of meant to represent what I think a lot of people are feeling, myself, my clients, probably you, probably everybody who's watching today, this like hesitancy with getting back to normal, right? Ever since March 13th of 2020, we've all been dying for the end of the pandemic to come. And it took this long, and we're here now. And now that we're finally here, we're getting to the place a lot of people have hoped and wished for and wanted to get to. Now we're feeling a little bit like, oh, I wanted this, but it scares me a little. I don't know how I feel about this.
Yeah, and I'm I can personally attest. I feel that way, right? I think that when we knew that we couldn't do anything last year, right? And you had to do nothing to a certain extent, then you dealt with that, right? You dealt with all right, this is the place that I'm in. This is what I'm forced to do. Let me reevaluate where I am. Maybe let's take a breather for those folks who had been working, 24/7 and, crazy. Okay, your business is closed as an example. Yep. Take a breather. All right. Okay. Now things are opening back up again. And to Lori's point this morning, when we were going through our mindful meditation practice with her and the importance of meditation, I just totally lost my train of thought. See, this is what happens. All right.
We'll come back to you. Meditation is important.
It'll come back. Yes. We were talking about coping, right? Yep. And how do we deal with understanding the impact of everything that's changed. So what really is that new normal for us?
Yeah. And to me, I see a lot of people like sort of getting a little bit lost in the sense that they feel they have to pick one perspective and adopt that and follow that. And that's it. Meaning I'm either running full force out of my house and the world is open, let's go, or I'm hesitant, I'm going to stay here in my home where I'm more comfortable. Right. And to me, right, the thing that I'm talking to clients about is how do we start experimenting just gradually, a little bit at a time to help us become more comfortable, resuming things that used to be very, very normal for us, like going for coffee, giving people hugs, shaking hands at a meeting, going on site to an appointment, right? We're trying to help people just sort of like dip your toe in the water, right? Start to experiment a little bit with what it might feel like. And, until we start to do that, until we start to go out to dinner or accept an invitation to a party, we just sort of stay in our own heads with our own thoughts that are mostly fear-based. Right. And without experimenting and sort of challenging those fear-based thoughts, we never really realize what we're capable of. And to me, something I say to my clients constantly is like, you don't get to feel confident until you have faced something. So a lot of people, they want that sense of calm and comfort prior to going to whatever the thing is that makes them feel nervous. And I look at them, I say, that's not realistic. That's just not realistic. You have to face it. It's a feel the fear and do it anyway type of moment, where you recognize that, yes, okay, I feel a little bit anxious, but I'm going to try this out. And by the time I get through this event, maybe it's a dinner out or a party you get invited to, or simply giving somebody a hug or a handshake, when that's over, then you get a chance to sort of reflect back and say, oh, most of the time people say, that wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. Or my worst case scenario that I was just marinating in all week leading up to this event, turns out it didn't come true. So like, anxiety can trick us into thinking that the worst case scenario is absolutely going to happen. And it's not necessarily going to happen, but because we think about it so much and we focus on it so much, we trick ourselves into believing that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it totally does. So step one, if I can sort of step it in my own head to keep it kind of like in a logical way of thinking, because that's how my brain processes. Step one is being aware, right? And accepting that it's different, right?
Yeah.
And being comfortable with that, right? Being comfortable with the fact that things are different.
Well, comfort, so it's interesting, right? Because comfort is hard to expect of ourselves in certain situations. I usually try and coach people to just be accepting and to manage their expectations. You should expect to feel anxious. You should expect to feel a little bit nervous, a little bit worried, a little reluctant, hesitant. We should expect all of those things because we haven't really been out and about in 15 months.
Right.
So, why should your body feel comfortable with that right away? That's not logical because that's not how we're wired, right? We're wired for survival. We're wired to seek pleasure, avoid pain. Things that we haven't done in a long time can become a little bit intimidating now, right? So that's why we need to kind of slowly reintroduce ourselves to these things and expect, right? Manage the expectations, expect for anxiety or hesitancy, reluctancy to be there. And because we know it's going to be there, it shouldn't be such a shock when it comes over you, right? Ideally what we see happen when people do this successfully is they feel that anxiety come over them. Maybe it's like a heart rate thing. Maybe we're sweating. Maybe we feel a little tension, but we notice it and we say, okay, there's my anxiety just showing up, reminding me that this is a little uncomfortable. And then we can do something to calm that down. So, and I think one thing we've even talked about on these calls before is this idea of naming your feeling. Right? Naming it out loud. I feel anxious. I feel excited. How do I navigate these two opposing, conflicting feelings at the same time? So as soon as we name our feeling, we could say, yeah, you know what? I feel a little nervous. I'm going to say yes, but I feel a little nervous going to this event. Immediately what emerges is a pathway to calm ourselves down, right? If we know we feel anxious, we can say, okay, well, what do I know helps me relax? What do I know helps me calm down? And then do that thing, right? Simple things like deep breathing, taking a hot shower, getting some time out in nature, spending time with a pet, right? Things like that can really calm our body down and help us feel a little bit more in control of the anxiety that we expect to show up when we're going to sort of reemerge back into pre-pandemic life.
Right. And, it's funny that you started, that you mentioned shower, petting a pet, warm compress on your stomach, whatever makes you feel good, being out in nature, etc. I was going to say anxiety shows up. Obviously it's mental, but it can have its physical manifestations as well, right? Which will completely sometimes shut you down. Your back can lock, your feet can hurt. Like, I have found that I have different sort of physical challenges now, because it could be that anxiety or feeling of unrest is sort of manifesting itself in the fact that, oh my God, now my left foot hurts. And I know that might sound funny, but it really is true. It sort of locks itself and it finds itself in some place. And then now you're dealing with a physical thing and you're dealing with the mental thing. So do you tell your clients, do you say to them that you should still go? So let's say they're anxious about going to that event and the lead up for the week is the palpitations and the sweating and the mental unrest. Do you still tell them to go or do you tell them not to go?
Well, it's a loaded question, right? Here's my response. If we don't go, okay, if people choose to say, all right, I feel anxious, and maybe some people interpret that as that's an indicator, that's a sign from the universe telling me I should not go and do that thing, right? Plenty of people will respond to their own physiological symptoms of anxiety in that way. That's how they interpret it. That's how they respond to it. If we do that, right? Keep in mind, anytime fear and anxiety show up in our life, we're going to develop this habit, this way of responding that's all based on avoidance.
Right.
And if we keep avoiding the things that make us feel nervous, the things that make us feel a little anxious, we're going to live our lives like we're going to just miss out on tons and tons of opportunity. And to be fair, right, anybody who's listening, I've experienced this myself. Dawn, I'm sure you've experienced this. When we face something that makes us feel nervous, the emotional feeling of pride and success and achievement that comes after we have confronted that thing that makes us feel nervous, like it will make your heart explode. It's amazing. It's such an amazing feeling. So I encourage people to say, listen, if something is making you nervous and you think you don't want to go, let's talk about how we might be able to adjust the situation or adjust your response to the situation to maybe help you participate in part of it, right? So maybe we chunk it down a little bit. Maybe you don't attend the whole event. Maybe you adjust how you show up or what time you get there so you can sort of mitigate whatever parts of the event feel the most anxiety provoking to you. Right. But I really discourage people from allowing fear to make decisions for them in their life. I've seen, and we all can attest to it, right? When we've allowed fear to get in the way, we miss opportunities. Now, is it going to ruin our lives? Depends on how often you allow fear to make those decisions for you.
Right.
Whether or not you're okay with that, right. Whether or not that's helping you lead the life that makes you happy.
So what other techniques or what other things can people do to sort of bring them out of that initial fear-based response?
So, I mean, I would say experimenting is probably the number one thing. In therapy, we do something called gradual exposure. Maybe some people who are listening have either done this in therapy before or have heard of it. For phobias, for instance, right? If you're afraid of a cat, we don't go put a cat in your lap. That's terrifying to somebody who has a phobia of cats, right? That would probably only make their fear of cats way worse. So we don't do that, right? We maybe start with showing somebody photos of cats. Maybe we bring in a stuffed animal of a cat, right? So these are, lower tier ways of deliberately triggering anxiety, right? So we are purposely going to drum up some anxiety in our system, but in small doses. And what we do is we pair the trigger, right, that anxiety that we're provoking, with a coping skill, right? So in the room, maybe that means we trigger anxiety with some photos of cats and we help somebody take deep breaths, belly breathing, do some 4-7-8 breathing, teach some visualization exercises to help them notice their heart rate increase, notice all of that anxiety come up, and then they start their coping skill and they de-escalate their own anxiety. So what it does is it really puts an individual in control of their own body and their own stress response, which can be unbelievably empowering, especially for anybody who struggles with anxiety. What it feels like in your body can feel like you're living in a prison, like you're stuck in this body that's just full of this feeling and you just want to jump out of your skin. Right. So it's very, very empowering to do that. So for things that are more appropriate for a pandemic, right? Let's apply it to what we're going through right now. If going to an event feels anxiety provoking, maybe don't start with an event, right? Start with a smaller get together. Start with people that you feel really, really comfortable with, right? Start with handshakes instead of hugs, fist bumps, like small ways of touching to help us get back to the place that we used to be. For me, I'm a hugger. I see people and immediately I go to give a hug and a kiss to people. And that's not comfortable right now, right? People are not always comfortable with that yet. So, finding a way to just dip your toe in the water, notice what feels the most anxiety provoking, and then try out little experiments to get to the full experience.
Maria and I attended the Jersey City Mural Festival this past weekend. That was presented by Mana Contemporary. And it was a wonderful event. Long story short, I saw a lot of people that I knew. I wore a mask because that's my comfort level. Anybody that I saw, the first question they asked me was, "Can I give you a hug?" And I was like, "Oh, hell yeah, you can give me a hug. I haven't hugged somebody other than, my family members in the past year plus. Absolutely give me a hug." So I liked the fact that people asked if I was comfortable with you know, with them giving me a hug and receiving the hug and me giving them back the hug, you know, and so on and so on. So that was really, I felt that was easier for me to be out in public. So we were outside. It was a totally outdoor event, but I still wore a mask. So I think that might be probably one of the biggest questions maybe that you're getting at your practice. How do you navigate or tell clients, you know, how to navigate the whole mask thing, regardless of whether or not they're vaccinated?
Yeah. I mean, I think what you did was perfect, because the truth is you did exactly what I'm talking about, right? This idea of being willing to go back to a pre-pandemic type of thing, right? Like a business event. You attended, but you did something that was an extra layer of comfort for you, right? So keeping your mask on helped you attend that event. Had you not worn your mask, maybe you would not have felt comfortable going to the event in the first place.
Right.
So to me, to put in those little layers of comfort, right? In whatever way that people can define that, right? For you, it was the mask. And for a lot of people, they feel that very same way. They want to continue to wear the mask. The way that I think of it is, go ahead. Wear the mask. If that helps you get there, if that helps you show up at that event that you want to go to, go ahead and put it on. Odds are what's going to happen over time, maybe the mask starts to come down and you put it on your chin here and there, right? Then maybe eventually you have it in your purse. So it becomes that thing that you then slowly will start to back off as your comfort level increases.
Right.
That's really what gradual exposure is at its core.
You know, I find a lot in conversations that I have, even when customers come to my shop, they question the whole thing about the mask, and then seems very freely people want to tell you that they were vaccinated or not vaccinated, etc. My opinion is my opinion about what I want to do with my life. Your opinion is your opinion. You do what's best for you. I find that the majority of the time, the first reaction that people have is anger, and it's hard to obviously have a conversation with someone who's immediately showing you anger about the situation. So how do you advise people to sort of mitigate and be like, hey, take a chill. Your opinion is your opinion. My opinion is my opinion. Sometimes you can't say that to somebody when they're in that, anger mode. They may not hear you.
Well, right. And sometimes when somebody's angry, telling them to chill only makes them angrier.
Exactly.
So are you talking about, though, people like getting into controversial conversations about who has what position on the vaccine or mask wearing? That's what you're talking about?
Yeah, and even walking back into shops, some stores have opened up. Some stores and businesses have allowed people to come in without masks on because they're going by the honor system. Some establishments have told their workers and staff that they need to stay masked. Some have told their staff that they could take their masks off, but put their masks on if the customer asks them to wear the mask. That's just a gigantic if-then statement, right? Mm-hmm. That's too many different options for me, at least to sort of deal with, right? And sometimes I find that the first reaction to having that conversation comes across with anger. So how do you deal with that?
Yeah, I mean, I usually encourage people to live and let live, right? Do what feels best for you, right? There's always this way to say it in a way that at the end of what you say, for me. Right. Or you start it by saying, for me, this is what feels most comfortable. Because the truth is, you don't know everybody's situation that you come into contact with. So right. Somebody who walks into your store, or any other, bakery or coffee shop around, you don't know the reasons why they may keep their mask on or why they're taking their mask off. We don't know people's personal situations. And if anything, I think the pandemic has taught us to try and really respect what you don't know about a person and just make the assumption that they're doing whatever is best for them, whatever makes the most sense for their situation. And to treat those people with respect like you would anybody else, right? Why don't we all have the freedom to make those decisions that work best for our lives and our families and our significant others, rather than trying to get people to do what we want them to do? It's just not a fair way to deal with the situation. And I think it does absolutely trigger more anger, more conflict between people, more disagreement. And the truth is, everybody's just trying to make it through. Right? People are just trying to do their best. They're trying to live their life. They're trying to be safe. They're trying to make decisions in a very uncertain time. If anything, we're all in the same soup. So let's let everybody do what they feel comfortable with.
Right. Exactly. So we learned, and we know, and I know you do personally, and me personally, know the importance of meditation. So what are the other practices and insight and tips that you can share with folks, right, with us today now, who are dealing with anxiety? Anxiety, ding, 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 seems to be the number one way of sort of encapsulating what everybody's going through, whether that's just mental unrest, sleeplessness, physical manifestations. So what tips do you have for folks to sort of deal with that?
Yeah. So, always a big fan of making sure you're taking care of yourself, right? So that means nourishing your body with food that's nutritious and that is designed to help you, give you energy rather than deplete you, getting enough sleep, and getting exercise and getting outside. So those three things for sure are always a staple in that plan to address anxiety. Now, in addition to that, I have some clients who do an exercise that I call deliberate daydreaming. And that means that you kind of sit down, and I usually ask my clients to ponder two questions separately. These are two separate experiences that you'll have. One is to imagine who you believe yourself to be today, and then who you want to develop into, right? Who am I today, and who do I want to develop into? And you close your eyes, right? Allow yourself to kind of float into your imagination, and do that for a few minutes. And there may be images, right? Visual pictures or things that feel like movies that play out in your mind while you're doing this exercise. And I encourage people to really tap into that, right? Really allow themselves to get into their imagination. And then when they open their eyes, write down what came to mind, right? Write down words that came to mind, draw, right? Copy down images that may have come to mind about who you are today. Then separately, right, either later that day or after you've completed that first part, you do the same deliberate daydreaming, imagining about who you want to develop into. And that part is really, really important, because I think people don't do this often enough. Really think about, well, who do I want to be? What is that ideal version of myself? And once we really get into that, people start to have ideas that were never really available to them when they're completely hijacked by anxiety, right? We know anxiety puts us in the back of the brain, right? Very primitive, and it shuts us off to all of our prefrontal lobe, where all of this planning and strategy and idea generating comes from. So the best way to turn off that primitive mechanism, right, turn down the anxiety, is to do this type of calm exercise. And then when you're done, same thing, right? Write down notes, write down words that came to mind, write down any images that came to mind. And what we do is, in therapy, we end up really talking in great detail about what that best version of yourself looked like. And oftentimes what we end up doing is reverse engineering a plan to get there. Right. And what we focus on specifically are the skills that are already inherent in the person, skills that you already have, talents that you already have, experiences that you've already been through that were similar, and drawing upon that wisdom that we all already have within us. It's an extremely empowering exercise to do, and really helps remind people of all of their strengths that they actually have that maybe they weren't focused on or doubted. And it brings those all back to the surface so that people can actually deal with their anxiety in a proactive, purposeful manner, rather than just sort of allowing their body to be swept up and feeling completely out of control.
And to your point earlier, right, then that feeling of accomplishment and how good you feel when you've now tapped into a little bit more creativity, and you sort of opened your mind to putting away the fear and focusing on the things like, yeah, I can do this. I can do blah, 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 blah. My strength is blah, 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 blah. And then it makes you feel good. So you now have started that positive hamster wheel, right? If that's not the good way of
you're on a different track. It's really right. The inspiration that comes after doing this exercise is awesome. It's unbelievable. It's my favorite thing to see clients be able to get there and be able to imagine that version of themselves. Because most of the time people come in for therapy really completely swept up, where anxiety controls them. They don't control their anxiety.
Right.
And what we do in session is all about getting people to be in better control of those emotions.
So if people are totally new to therapy, wanting to do therapy, afraid of therapy, for not really knowing exactly how it's going to go, how would you advise or guide someone to tip their toe into getting into therapy and doing something like deliberate daydreaming? How could somebody do that?
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's the very same process as gradual exposure. The idea of dipping your toe in the water, we offer free 15-minute consultations with people on the phone to answer questions. They can get to know our personalities. We talk about how we might address the symptoms that they want to come to therapy to talk about. We sort of get to know each other a little bit, so you can feel a little less intimidated.
Right.
A lot of people feel nervous about coming to therapy because I think people are afraid that we're, only focused on symptoms, that you're going to come in, you get slapped with some label, some diagnosis is going to be thrust upon you, and now you're crazy. That's not at all what our goal is. Not at all, right? Diagnoses and symptoms and all that stuff is all for insurance companies, okay?
Right.
Personal growth and change, right? Helping you create the change in your life that you want to see. That's what we do at our practice. We're here to talk about what you don't like that's going on, what's happening that's causing consequences in your life that are undesirable, and let's figure out how we can empower you and get you in a position where you can change those things. And that involves teaching people new skills. It means confronting some of their irrational thinking, right? Plenty of us engage, it's very human, right? Engage in what we call cognitive distortions, right? Things like catastrophizing, mental filtering, where we only focus on our worst qualities, but we never really pay attention to the things we do well. So we talk to people about those things, increase their own awareness about what's going on in their internal narrative, in their mind with their thoughts. And then we start to rewrite those narratives to be more functional, right? To be more optimistic, to be more empowering. And it really leads to emotional shift, behavioral shift. I mean, the change is beautiful. So I would say to anybody who's scared to come to therapy or is nervous or reluctant or intimidated, this is not what we do. Not at our practice. We are here to just eliminate the intimidation factor. The amount of laughter that I have in session with my clients, we laugh together, we cry together, and everything in between. It's an amazing, amazing relationship. And the truth is, once you find a therapist that you fit with, this can now become your person, right? For your life. So it doesn't mean that you're, a ball and chain, that you have to be in therapy for your whole life forever. That's not how we do it either. Come on in. Let's talk about what's going on. When you're good to go and you're feeling great, bye-bye. See you later. Go back to your life. And then if in 6 months or 2 years or 5 years, something else is going on, maybe you're in a different place in your life and you want to come back in, people will call back and say, hey, Talia, do you remember me? You saw me back in 2017 and I want to come back in. I got something new going on.
Right.
Great. That is the best case scenario, right? Finding that person you feel comfortable with. I tell people all the time, a resume is one thing, but fit matters, and the personality fit matters. So don't give up. If you connect with some therapists and you don't feel like it's a fit, don't give up. There is somebody out there for everybody.
Yeah, and we do such a great job personally at getting our hair done and getting our nails done and possibly going to the gym, right? And taking care of our bodies, but we also need to take care of our minds, right? And not put ourselves in that sort of dark hole trap where it will send you down a very dark hole very quickly, right? So one of the other personal, wonderful things that you can do for yourself is talk to someone with an objective opinion, right? That can show you and help you tap into all of those positive things that that you have, that are surrounded by fear or surrounded by the anxiety. So yeah, I mean, I know what you and your practice do. I know what you do is amazing. So it's we're always happy to have you here. And
well, we love it. Listen, we're passionate about it. We don't want people to feel afraid to come in and confront what's going on. And by the way, we do a lot of normalizing.
Right.
Everybody feels these feelings from time to time. Everybody goes down the rabbit hole from time to time, right? It's not about saying, oh, because you do this, you're nuts. It's like, oh no, you do this. Oh, okay, so you're human.
Right.
Oh, you're just like the rest of us. Great. Now we can teach you some skills so you know how to deal with that better.
Exactly. So Talia, please tell everyone how they can get in touch with you or, start therapy practice.
Yeah, our website, startherapy.com. It's a great place to go. There's some information up there about our practice. There's a form you can submit if you're interested in services or you want to hop on a call with any of us to talk about the therapy process, ask questions. We're happy to chat with people. So please go there, send in an inquiry form. We'll get back to you within 24 hours. The first step is usually the hardest. Some people say they've been thinking about therapy for years before they finally make that call. It's a global pandemic, people. Make the call. Now's the time. If you've been waiting for something to occur to get you to the therapy room, I'd say this is a good time.
Right. And to repeat your tagline, be happy on purpose, right?
Yes. Let's do it deliberately. Don't just sit around waiting for the anxiety to go away on its own. It's not going to do that.
Right.
Come in, learn some skills. We'll speed up the process for you.
Well, as always, Talia, thank you so much. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your dedication. Thank you. I know your Start Therapy practice in Hoboken is wonderful. You've always been very supportive of the chamber at the Hoboken level, as well as being part of our exco and everything that you've done even with Women in Business years back, right? Which is how we met several years ago. So I'm always honored and grateful. I know that you always have an open ear for me, so I appreciate that too, as I personally work through things, business-wise, personal-wise. So you always have wonderful guidance and sage advice. So thank you so much. Thank you.
You're so welcome. Thank you for having me. I love doing these things. I love talking about therapy. I'm so grateful to have been here for this half hour. I hope you guys have a great rest of the day. You have a lot of stuff going on today, right?
A lot of stuff. Yes. Thank you.
Cool.
Thank you again.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn. Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
So as always, Talia, just chock full of guidance and advice on, don't be afraid of therapy, everybody. I mean, you got to face those fears, and you have to, sometimes you need somebody to help you get through it. You can't do it alone. We know that. So it's nice to have a partner in Talia and her practice to kind of step you in the right direction. So she really is. She's wonderful. She's always been very supportive of the chamber for years, and we're very happy that she could be part of our live stream today. So, did you get your coffee?
I did. I walked over to Maggie's Farm. Can you see it? Nice. Maggie's Farm Espresso, which is a locally owned coffee shop that's also part of the chamber. So I'm being true to my word today by supporting a locally owned business. This is a large cafe, a latte coffee with soy milk, which I always get.
Sounds
it's
wonderful.
Delicious. I really needed this.
Yeah, I know. And even sometimes it's just that it makes you feel like it's part of your routine. It may not even necessarily be the coffee itself. In my case, it's just caffeine. So if I get caffeine in any form, I'm fine. But it's that routine feeling of, like, I remembered when Starbucks reopened the drive-through on River Road during the pandemic, and I cried in the car as I was driving there. And I know that sounds completely crazy, and I know it's Starbucks, and I know it's a large, local businesses weren't open yet, right? So I would have totally supported them, but it was part of that sort of feeling of being normal again. And and the line was literally down and out and wrapped around. It was insane, but people were on that line and they waited.
Oh wow!
Yeah, well, it made you feel normal. To a certain.
Right. No, yeah, I mean, I think to your point, it's about getting back to some normalcy. Right. So that was a really interesting conversation you just had with Talia around what did she call it? FONO, fear of normal.
Fear of normal.
I bet you there are a lot of people having fear of normal right about now.
Yeah, without a doubt. But I loved what she shared about deliberate daydreaming. And I encourage, if anybody is thinking, have thought about, or has never thought about therapy or any kind of practice, to look up Talia at startherapy.com in Hoboken. Also, going back to our first session with Lori this morning, and again, seems to be the same topic. How are we getting back to normal? How are we coping? And anxiety seems to be the one thing that keeps popping up. So trying to start some sort of meditation practice, clearing your mind, getting yourself set for the day. Yeah, it helps. Any little thing helps. So I don't know. I think we've got Whole Foods that's going to be coming on at 11. So I don't know if we want to do a video, maybe take a quick little break and then get.
Yeah, let's do a quick video, and we will get ready to welcome on Whole Foods Market.
Okay, but I'm gonna grab myself a little more caffeine on this side.
Okay.
Okay.
Feel free.
All right.
To love Hudson County is to love your local food scene. Whether it's your favorite coffee shop, diner, pizza place, breakfast restaurant, Indian, or Chinese takeout, let's face it, the options are endless, and we all have our favorites. The places where we hang out with friends after a long week or celebrate a major life event with family. They're all right here in Hudson County. They help make our county rich in flavor, diversity, and possibilities. They add to our cherished memories. Join us in supporting locally owned restaurants and eateries. Order from your favorites. Dine in as soon as you feel comfortable. Buy a gift card. Make a donation to our Love Your Local Relief Fund. Or do all of the above. Together, let's build a stronger Hudson County. Love your local today. So Don, do you need me to stay on for the next hour? Do you want to also just give a reminder to folks who might be watching, what is the schedule for the rest of the day?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
It's coming up, which is exciting.
Yeah, so we've got Whole Foods coming up at 11 o'clock. We've got Lucia Albero and Chris Manka, two very community-focused Whole Foods market representatives who are going to be on. So we're very excited to talk to them. We also have a big panel discussion coming up at noon, from noon to 1, top 10 challenges faced by small businesses. I think most likely we probably will be just talking about staffing. That might be like the number one thing that we talk about, but we're going to talk to all of our business partners at noon. After that, we have Lois Kramer Perez from Mambo Feng Shui, who's going to be on to talk about not only do we have anxiety and changes and new normal, but we also have, you know, a lot of other stuff that's going around, and how do we use all of that energy in the universe to help us make the right decisions and be good about the decisions that we make. And then we have Teddy and Dan from Mana Contemporary that's gonna come on after that.
Oh, that should be interesting.
Yeah.
Too. You have a lot of great discussion planned today, actually.
Yeah, a lot of talk.
I love the way you put this together, because it's about all these these different groups and how they're working together. So it's like a corporation like Whole Foods Market, how they're working locally, and then of course it's the local restaurants that we're also wanting to support. But then I also think about how here at the Chamber we're also trying to engage with our arts and culture members, because arts and culture and tourism really are such a huge economic driver for locally owned restaurants and businesses. So hopefully when some folks came to the Jersey City Mural Festival this past weekend, it was our hope that they certainly maybe spent some time at the festival supporting some of the vendors who were there, but then maybe they stayed in town or stayed in the county and they had dinner locally, or they got their coffee locally. They did something to have a ripple effect as well while they were in town for that. So excellent.
Yeah. So just one little quick reminder again to everybody, our website is tinyurl.com/loveyourlocal. If you can please donate all of the funds, and this effort is for restaurant relief for the restaurants in Hudson County. So we need your help to raise funds, help supporting the local businesses. Again, through gift cards, through the donation on the website. And we're going to have some fun t-shirt stuff. We'll do that later on after we talk to Whole Foods. And yeah, that's it. So
yeah, and we're almost halfway to our $50,000 goal for this fund. And again, the fund is being used to help buy gift cards at locally owned restaurants, which we are then providing to members of the community, anyone who wants to buy it, really the public, at 40% discount. So it's a win-win. And we're also doing some marketing around Hudson County, how it is a food destination increasingly. And then we want to also start really raising the visibility around the arts and culture piece as well, and supplementing what other groups in the community are, to bring people here to really visit us, because we are a great county. We have lots going on. We had something great this past weekend with the Mural Festival. There was always something going on. The Jersey City Jazz Festival is actually, and I didn't know this until just last year, it's like the largest jazz festival. It's held right here in Jersey City. It's the largest jazz festival in the metro area, and who knew that? So there's lots going on here, and we want people to visit. So come visit Hudson County.
Yeah,
I believe, yes, your guests are here, and they're
okay.
Let's bring on Chris.
Hi, Chris.
And Lucia.
Hey, guys.
All right.
Hi.
Okay. Welcome.
Welcome. Good morning. So
thank you for having us.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. Thank you. So I'll just give a little intro. We have Lucia Albero. We have Chris Menka. Lucia is the senior in-store and local marketing specialist, and Chris is the Northeast local program coordinator. So we are very grateful to have Whole Foods be on board, to have sponsored Love Your Local. We know that you love the local communities, so I'll turn it over to you guys to start.
Awesome. Well, Dawn, thank you so much for having us. And we were so excited to be one of the lead sponsors of Love Your Local with the Hudson County Chamber, because this initiative is really important to us. We're really passionate about helping rebuild the communities around our stores, especially when it comes to the restaurant and hospitality industry. So when we found out that you were doing this initiative, we just really wanted to get behind it and do what we can to kind of help make a difference in our local community. So today we kind of wanted to talk to you about our commitment to local, both with our local suppliers and in our local communities. And I first wanted to introduce you to our local forager, Chris Manka, who Dawn just connected you with. He is definitely local obsessed. He does an excellent job scouring markets, farm stands, small mom and pop shops to find the best products for a region. And Chris is going to share with you our commitment to local, the local supplier program here at Whole Foods, and our quality standards. So Chris, I'll let you take it away.
Awesome. Well, thanks, Lucia. Thanks, Dawn. Thanks, everyone. Yeah, I just want to say thanks for having us, obviously. Like Lucia said, my title here is local forager. I know that sounds like a made-up job. It's a real job. We're a small team, but we spend a lot of time kind of out.
Is that your actual title, forager?
It goes by many names, yes. But right now, my title is actually, as of very recently, my title is Principal Forager for the Northeast region. So, yeah, it's a lot of what it sounds like. We spend a lot of time out in the field, connecting with local communities, connecting with brands, connecting with, local officials, whatever it takes to kind of find those diamonds in the rough and kind of find those hidden gems that, every local community has. And so, yeah, so, I mean, a very quick backstory. I've been with Whole Foods for 20 years. I've been doing this job for about 4-ish years. So pretty connected at this point to the local program and the local communities, areas like Hudson County. Figure I'll give a little bit of a backstory just of sort of how local works at Whole Foods, and then we'll dive more into more specifics. So very briefly, so Lucia and I represent our Northeast region. So Whole Foods, obviously a very large company, broken into smaller territories, regional offices. Our region is the Northeast, which in a nutshell is essentially New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. So when I'm out in the field, those are the areas that I'm really focused on finding brands from. In terms of the way we sort of define local, there are some nuances to it, but I'll give you the Cliff Notes version. Is essentially to be a local brand in a region at Whole Foods. It's essentially defined by, so if you're a New Jersey brand, which is part of the Northeast region, you could be considered a local brand for the entire Northeast region. So a New Jersey brand could theoretically be a local brand to Connecticut or to New York, and vice versa. But I think an important distinction that I wanted to touch on is sort of like the different tiers of categorization of brands within Whole Foods. So sort of the way I describe it is there's global brands, there's regional brands, and there's local brands. And I would even say there's a fourth tier, what we'd almost call like a hyper-local brand. So quickly, the way I would define those, so a global brand, you can imagine, that's a brand that's in every Whole Foods, in Annie's Naturals, that type of a brand. You'd find it on the shelf in every single Whole Foods across the entire country. Then there's regional brands. That's where the terminology can get a little bit confusing. So a regional brand, we would define as a brand that's sold in all of the stores in any given region. So in the Northeast region, we have regional brands that are in all of our stores. They're not always local brands, but that terminology is just used to sort of describe any brand that's on the shelf in all of our stores. Then there's local brands. This is where it starts to get really interesting. So a local brand does not have to be in all of the stores in the region. This is what I think makes Whole Foods a little bit unique compared to a lot of larger retailers, is that we have the flexibility to launch a brand in as few stores as we want, and as few stores as we think the brand is maybe ready for, as few stores as the brand tells us they want to launch in. And that I think makes us really unique. We can find a brand that we think is really interesting, and maybe they just don't have the production capacity to be a regional brand. We have 50 stores in this region. Not every brand is ready to support that many stores, and that's okay. We can bring on a brand that can only sell to a few stores and then grow the brand slowly along with us. It's been really fun to watch stores where you launch them in a few stores, and then as we open more stores in their area, they get to go to more stores, and it's a really nice kind of organic way to grow a brand. And then I would take it even a step further, and this is maybe more just my own terminology, where we refer to a brand as a hyper-local brand. And that's where you really get into something like this call, where we're talking about, okay, very specifically, so we find a brand from Hudson County. maybe we just launched that brand in Weehawken or in Jersey City when that store opens. What we try to do is really stick to that local, hyper local mentality, kind of that community focus, so that a brand, when we launch them, they're going to launch where they're most well known, where they can support the store the most. Hopefully we can get back to doing demos and things like that soon. So that hyper local approach really just allows the brand to focus on their home community. It resonates with the customers who are looking for brands from their home community. So I really want to stress how important that is. I mean, we can launch a brand in as few as one store if that's what makes the most sense in that situation. So there's a great amount of flexibility to the way we onboard brands. Cool. So yeah, I'm just going through my notes. Just wanted to throw it out there. I mean, we support hundreds of local brands in this region. I think across the country, it's thousands, if not 10,000 of local brands that are local to their home regions. Lucia and I tried to run some numbers. It's not as easy as it sounds sometimes, but we easily have hundreds, if not well over 1,000 local brands in the Northeast region. And again, they're not all in all of the stores. You might go to one store and see a brand, and then you go to a nearby store and you don't see that brand. And that's not always an accident. That's actually often by design, that certain brands are only in certain stores. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, Dawn, you have some questions, but I find this really fascinating, actually, the sort of hyper-local way that you work with suppliers. So let's say that because New Jersey has a lot of beer breweries, I would imagine that's actually a trend across the country. I don't really know, but
definitely.
I know that has definitely been a trend here in New Jersey. We have a few of them who are members of the chamber. So that would be considered a hyper-local brand. And do you have some sort of cap on how many of those brands you're looking at, or is it just a constant, because you're constantly foraging, which I think is a fantastic job. I'd love to have your job. So you're just constantly looking for new, and how does that piece of it work? I'm just curious.
Sure. Yeah. So that's actually a great question, because that's really where there are some distinctions between the way we would onboard a global or a regional brand compared to a local brand. Whole Foods does operate on a category reviewing calendar. So theoretically, if you make ketchup, we would, if you were applying to be a regional brand or a global brand, you would have to apply when condiments are being reviewed. But the good news is, local brands are not subject to the category review calendar. It is a rolling review process. So I can review a ketchup anytime I want to review a ketchup. I could review beer anytime I want to review a beer. Because we're not launching them into the category resetting process, and I'm probably talking a little inside baseball here, but because we can launch them off cycle, we can sort of launch a local brand at any time. It doesn't have to align with the calendar. We can review them at any time as well. So it really is nice flexibility for us when we're reviewing products, that I don't have to tell people, all right, I love your product, but I'm actually not reviewing that till next year. I can review them on an ongoing basis, and it really keeps the wheels turning, which is great. And that actually sort of leads me into what I was sort of about to get to, which is the fact that we're sort of just actively seeking local brands at all times. It's not a stop and start. There's always a need for more local brands. We always want to review local brands. We review local brands at all different stages of their development. I've met with brands who've come to me and said, I don't even have packaging yet. Can you just taste this and tell me if it tastes great? And we'll taste it and say, yeah, okay, that does taste great. You should work on packaging, and when you have a mock-up, let me know and I'll take a look at it. And we can really help kind of mentor brands through the process. And some brands come to us more ready, and then those are easier to just kind of push through. But because it's so flexible, and because it's, question?
Mm-mm.
Not yet.
Good.
Oh, sorry. I thought I heard something. So anyway, so it's an ongoing basis. Something I would say is, and this is a very vague kind of ballpark number, but the way we sort of define our categories is that in any given category, we could theoretically have up to about 30% of that category be filled with local brands. Now, that's kind of a weighted average. Some categories more so, some then less. But if you make a product and you're looking at our shelves and you're saying, gosh, how am I going to fit in there? It's just kind of a good guideline to look at it and say, like, okay, I feel like they're a little underserved in sauerkraut. I make sauerkraut. They don't have any local ones. I could fit in there. Whereas if you looked at the shelf and said, wow, they have 15 local ketchups from New Jersey alone, maybe I shouldn't do that. Pasta sauce is a good example. We have so many local pasta sauces. Kombucha is maybe an example. It's when you look at a category, you really want to say to yourself, like, okay, Chris told me that they could have roughly 30% of local brands in that category, and it looks like they've probably hit that already. Maybe that's not the right fit. But if you see a category and you see that there's, we call it kind of white space in there for local, then that's where the opportunities probably lie. So that's sort of the best way I can describe kind of how we look at categories in terms of that global versus local balance.
You mentioned very quickly as you were kind of going through the stages of how to bring on local brands, that there are some people who come to you and they don't even have packaging, and there are some people that come to you and that are a little bit more buttoned up. So can you talk a little bit more in detail about how Whole Foods can help? I don't want to use the word mentor, but how you can sort of guide those local businesses or give them the sort of harsh truth and say, hey, you know what, you really aren't ready, but if you do X, Y, and Z, maybe you would be ready. So can you talk a little bit more about that?
Yep, your questions are perfect. They're like leading me right into my next topics. So sort of the second part, and I know we're already kind of running up against the clock, so I really want to get into sort of more specifics around standards and sort of the actual review process and things like that. So I'm going to get to that in this part for sure. Because I did want to get to a few really important topics. I'll jump to packaging just because it sort of aligns with the question you asked on. If you have a product and it's a packaged product, and that's really mostly I think what we're talking about here, I think it's important that you look at your packaging. So in a few different ways. To get to the finish line, you need to think about certain things. Do you have barcodes on your product? We review a lot of products that don't have barcodes. Our register system is a scan-based system, so barcodes are really important. I know for a lot of smaller brands, that's a big step to take, but it's an important step. So I just wanted to throw that out there that we can coach you through that process. I can show people kind of where to go to get barcodes to your products, but you do need to have a barcode on your box or your bag. All of your weights and measures info needs to be on there. That's another important one. Think about if you're making a packaged product again, like really do the due diligence of sort of figuring out like what do I need to have on there. You need to have a kind of a declared net weight. There's a few other things you need to have on there, and anyone I think who's operating a brand would have to take these steps anyway. But that's an important thing to know is that you have to declare out like a weight on your product. Even more importantly, or equally as importantly, is a Nutrifacts panel. That's a thing that especially the really smallest brands don't tend to think that they need. And there are some loopholes legally on needing Nutrifacts on your product. But for Whole Foods, we just feel more comfortable if a product has Nutrifacts on it. So again, I think to your point, Dawn, like these are all things you have to have on your packaging. And if you don't have them on your packaging upon first review, it's not a situation where we'd be like, you don't have a barcode, sorry. You just out of luck. We have resources for all of these things. I have a one-sheeter that I send people. It's kind of depending on what their question is, but we can coach people through all of these things. But there is a certain standard you need to get from kind of point A to point B, and we can help brands get there. But I do like to be clear that if you make soup and it's just in a pint container and it doesn't have Nutrifacts on it, or it doesn't have a declared weight or things like that, we would have to help you. If we thought you had the best soup in the world and we really wanted to carry your soup, we would help you get to that point, but you do need to get to that point. We don't have flexibility to bend certain rules. They're almost more legalities than they are Whole Foods policies. So packaging is super important, but I'm glad we got to that point that, in this role, doing this role for 4 years-ish, I've gotten very good at identifying what still is missing from packaging, and even just giving brands feedback. Your logo is too dark. Your logo's not big enough. You don't have the right attributes. You're making an organic claim, but you're not certified organic. There's so many little details that people just don't think about, and it's fine. I mean, that's totally natural, but we think about it a lot, and it's very easy for us to identify sort of what brands need to do to get to that next level. So I guess if I had one overlying point here is that don't ever feel like your product isn't ready. Even if it doesn't feel like it's ready, we can help you get it ready. And then again, though, I think the other point is we do occasionally, more frequently than I would like, have to give the feedback that we think it has a long way to go. here's some tips, but we're gonna have to circle back on it. I almost never close the door completely to brands unless I really just don't see a fit. But we do obviously, more than I'd like, have to say I just don't think there's an opportunity at this time. But make these improvements, and maybe we can reevaluate it, next year or later on. So
yeah, Chris, one of my favorite examples of work that you've done is the Harlem Cookie Company that originally came in it was like a cardboard box, and then you totally helped her adjust her packaging. Do you want to speak a little to that story? And then,
I mean, it's a great example. Yeah. Janie's cookies. I mean, I tried them probably 4 years ago, and it was literally one of the best cookies I've ever had. I would actually maybe say it's the best cookie I've ever had. I think about them almost every day in my sleep. I can't stop thinking about these cookies. They're pie crust cookies. They're the best thing you'll ever have. Anyway, look her up, Janie's. Look her up online. Buy them, please. But yeah, so that's a great example. So I fell in love with these cookies. The packaging was kind of a plastic sleeve. It would never have worked. It would have fallen over on the shelf. It didn't have anything it needed to have on it. It didn't have a barcode. It didn't have NutriFacts. It was really far from where it needed to be. But I just felt so strongly that customers would love them. I try not to judge products too much just by my own palate, but I do taste food for a living and have been doing that for a really long time now. So I feel like I've gotten in tune with what I think people will like. So in a situation like these cookies, it took Lucia, I think it took 3 years probably to get to where we finally were ready to say, all right, let's do this. Like, let's get it on the shelf. It's just so rewarding when that kind of thing works out.
Oh, yeah. And, what I think is so interesting, and this is a true reflection of our local program, is that Janie actually, she used to be homeless. She was addicted to drugs and really, kind of down and out in life. And she came across the Hot Bread Kitchen Incubator program. They helped give her the skills, and then she got into the Harlem Park to Park program. And then she kind of, through our partnership and our relationship, she was able to meet with Chris. And then Chris was able to help guide her, improve her packaging, and eventually become sold in Whole Foods. And now, Chris, I think she's in like 22 stores or something?
Yeah, it's a huge success story. Yeah, no, I don't know exactly, but yeah, I mean, she's really been embraced by our bakery team and customers. We hoped and expected have fallen in love with it too. So there's so many stories like that, and I think that's why we really want to know the story. It's why I almost never shut the door on anything. Is I always say I think there's just a tiny little entrepreneur in the back of my mind that in a different reality might have gone in that direction, and I think we really just feel passionately about helping people with that dream kind of get there. So.
Yes. And then the other thing that I think is really cool, because when you go into, the Harlem store, you really feel the soul of that community because it's reflected through those local products. You can see kind of more of like a West African flavor, or, something like a Janie's Bakes, or if you're going to Long Island, more of like the sail away coffees. And I think that's really what sets us apart, and what's really great, in that we are just a really true reflection of the community.
And I actually, I just Googled it. It's janiebakes.com.
Wait. What? Oddly enough, there is a company called Janie Bakes, and there's a company just called Janie's. I think they might have had a little bit of a trademark dispute at one point. The brand here is called Janie's, just straight up Janie's. Yeah, I've actually been down this road. We actually carry both brands.
Find the right one then. Okay.
Right.
Oh my gosh.
Look for the one that says pie crust cookies. You'll know when you see it.
Yes.
You'll know.
Okay, very good. I'm gonna have to find them now on your recommendation and get some pie crust cookies. It sounds delicious.
And when you taste it, and they make such a great gift too. It's a beautiful product, and just her story and what goes into it. I mean, you're really just gonna fall in love with them.
Excellent.
Let me hit a few more things because I want to make sure I get to these, and I know I'm
and Chris, Chris, we have time, so no rush.
We have time. We're time now, so we're good.
All right,
take your time.
Start speed talking here.
No, take your time.
Some of these I just think are important. So this is a huge one: is the ingredient standards. It's the heart and soul of why Whole Foods is different than, I would say any retailer, is that we have really rigid ingredient standards. It makes it difficult sometimes for brands. We get it, but it's important. So you can go right on our website. There's no secrets. It's right on our public website. If you can't find it, we can certainly help you. But if you follow, there's a link that actually says like 4 local suppliers or something like that. It can take you right to it. There's a list of unacceptable ingredients. It even breaks it down by category a little bit, because it is a little bit different for, say, body care products compared to packaged products, say compared to meat or fish. There's different standards for different categories, but really, really important. Certainly don't mind reviewing products. It happens all the time that have ingredients that we can't carry in them, but that's a hard no. We do have to just say, like, we cannot carry this. I can't give you any other feedback about your packaging. I need you to get the ingredients where they need to be first, and then we can worry about everything else later. So really would encourage brands, if you have any interest in presenting us a product, to make sure the ingredients are lined up. And we can even help with that, though. If you have an ingredient that's a preservative, but it's an artificial preservative, there are alternatives that are actually acceptable. There's a lot of things we can do to help, but that's the hardest no we have is the ingredient standards. There's no flexibility on that. I want to touch on pricing real quick. Just take 2 seconds. Think about your pricing. If you're gonna present a product to us, I just always want to encourage brands to think about your pricing. Frequently, what we get from small brands, and we get it, is, but this product is worth this amount. This pasta sauce is worth $20 a jar, and I do get that. I know it's hard to make, and there's expensive ingredients and things, but you always have to work backwards. This is kind of one of our leadership principles at Whole Foods is we're customer obsessed. We think about what the customer wants first, and then we work backwards for what's going to actually work. And a $20 pasta sauce doesn't work because no one's going to buy it. So, it might taste great, but no one will ever taste it because no one's going to ever buy it. So you have to really think about, like, what will a customer pay for your product? And you have to do the math backwards from that. The margins are slim, we know, but you can't be more than what people will spend for something. You just have to look at the category. If you make a bottled tea and it's $8.99, people are going to buy the $3.99 one. It's just the way it goes. There's 1 out of 100 people who's like, that one's probably way better because it's more expensive. I'm going to buy that one. That's not most people. So always want to encourage people to think about that, because we can launch something if we feel really strongly about it, but if the pricing is wrong, I can guarantee you it's not going to succeed the way you're hoping it will.
Well, there's definitely a mindset shift when businesses first approach a Whole Foods, right? They are in that local, small, mindset, where maybe in a little specialty market, they can get a customer that's going to buy their $15 jar of sauce, right? But on a larger scale, right, that's not going to work. That's not going to work for a size store that you have and for the consumers that come to Whole Foods. So how do you help businesses make that shift from the small mindset to scaling up? Because there's a lot that you don't even know that you don't know. I hope that makes sense, right? Even for me, as growing my own business, and I'm in business now 8 years, there was a lot in the beginning. There's stuff that I didn't even know that I didn't know, right? And I approached you, Chris, many years ago too, right? And you were always, very open. The door was open and always very forthcoming with a lot of information and advice. So how do you help people make that mindset shift from, here I am, small business, how do I grow my business, to be a product in Whole Foods?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the key, is that to your point on, like, I think people.
Oh, we may have lost Chris.
I think we lost him.
Oh boy.
Hopefully he comes back. Oh wait, there he is. Hold on. This happens with technology. Here we go.
Hello.
Oh, I think you might be muted.
Now?
Yes.
There we go. You're back.
Sorry, guys. I knew that would happen. The longer I stay on, the more likely that's going to happen.
Okay.
Yeah. So to your point, I think I was about to say it's really important to understand that, yes, a product can sell for a certain price point in a smaller, like, independent shop, a small bakery, a little specialty goods shop. People go into those stores expecting to splurge on fun specialty items. As much as there is a perception of Whole Foods as being an expensive place to shop,
Uh-oh.
Oh boy. Oh.
Sorry, I may be pushing my luck at this point with the wireless. Let me get this last piece out real quick. So point is, I lost my train of thought. people come into the grocery store, any grocery store, Whole Foods or any grocery store, sort of with a budget in mind, and they're only going to spend so much total. So to my $20 pasta sauce example, if you have $100 to spend, you're not going to spend 1/5 of your budget on a jar of pasta sauce for your weekly grocery shopping. So it is a very different environment. You know, you really need to think about, where does your product fit in within the scope of someone's weekly shopping? We do have people who come in for special occasion shopping, and they will splurge a little bit more. But I think to your point, Dawn, is, you know, to scale your business, you really need to get to where you can do volume. You know, you need to do volumes of sales. And I think that's what I just always encourage people to think about is, and it's hard because this is not my bottom line. You know, I'm trying to encourage someone else's bottom line, but you know, the way to do it at first, I think, is you really have to think about how can I make the money I need to make this business profitable on volume rather than margin. You know, people think about profit margin, and what I always say to people is, if we don't sell any of it, you didn't make any profit margin. You know, if I have your $20 pasta sauce and you could make a 40% profit margin on that jar of pasta sauce, great. But if no one buys it, you made nothing. So if you can live with 20% or 30%, and make your money on volume, it's a way to scale the business. And then once people get used to buying your product and you start to scale up and more people get kind of hooked on your product, that's the way to build it over the long term. And then you can always address some of those discrepancies in your bottom line later on. But I get it. It's hard in the beginning, but you know, you'll price yourself right out of the market. You'll push yourself right out of the market if your product doesn't compete in the category that you need to compete in. It's you know, people love local, but you know, they love it to this point, but then they'll only pay a certain amount more than they would for something else. So it's really important to keep in mind. I just want to touch on distribution really quickly. Okay. There's a perception that you have to be in a distributor to sell the Whole Foods. People think you have to be in UNFI to sell the Whole Foods. Very much not the case. You do not have to be in UNFI. You don't have to have a distributor at all necessarily to sell to us. You can sell directly to us. We do it a lot with smaller brands. This gets back to that hyper local approach that I was talking about. You know, if we're going to launch a brand in one store, it honestly doesn't make sense for either of us to put it into a distributor, or the distributor for that matter, to take on the product and only sell it to one store. So, you know, we tend to have these conversations on a case by case basis based on what the launch plan is for a brand. But and that's a conversation probably for another day with specific brands if we ever get into conversations about launching a brand. But just want to throw that out there. You do not have to be in UNFI. You do not have to be in a distributor. If you want to sell directly to one store, like, we're open to that conversation. It's a lot more paperwork. It's a lot more insurance minimums and things like that. But I feel bad when brands come to us and have been fed misinformation that, like, that's not a possibility. It certainly is. And it's we don't close the door to those options. And so what else? I'm nearing the end of my agenda. I mean, I wanted to put in a plug for the, you know, just Hudson County stores in general. You know, we do have Jersey City opening at some point, hopefully relatively soon-ish. But, you know, always looking for Hudson County products anyway. We have some, would love to have more. You know, my mind goes to someone like Bowery Farming and Kearney, like an awesome, like, indoor agriculture brand. Like, there's so many cool things happening in that area. And I'm sure there's so many more that we don't know about. So, you know, don't wait. Like, we want to know about them now. Maybe we can get some stuff launched in the other stores and then premiere it at Jersey City. Maybe we can launch some things at Jersey City. But
so where just let everybody know, where is the store in Jersey City going to be? Yes.
I'm terrible with geography of New Jersey because I'm not from New Jersey. Lucia, what do you got?
Yeah, it's an Exchange Place in Jersey City. Yep. So kind of right off that Exchange Place path station.
Okay. Our offices are at Harborside, so I'm going to be able to.
That's where ours are. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. We're neighbors. So we're going to be
Yep.
able to take lunch breaks and go to do our shopping at Whole Foods, which will be exciting. That's fantastic. And this is just such valuable information. You know, I'd love to, there may be other entities we can connect you all with, like I'm thinking about the Hudson County Economic Development Corporation, who might be able to connect you with some local suppliers at some point. But just folks you might want to know, I'd love to do that certainly offline when we have a chance. But I think you guys are doing such wonderful work in working with local suppliers that the more we can help spread the word with you. the better it is for everybody, certainly. So
there's a tremendous value in networking in the role I do. I never really valued networking as much as I do now. For every person I meet, we're meeting for the first time. If you can introduce me to one other person, then one other person from them, and then one other person from them, it's honestly how we find a lot of these brands is through other brands or through other people we already know. It's like a game of telephone. So I want to throw one last thing out there because I just think this is really, really important. Is there's tons of misinformation about how to submit your product to Whole Foods. I don't know how over the years there's been links that have been sent out and there's these paperwork that's been sent out. Literally all you need to do to submit your product is to email me. So if there's any recap that goes out of this, please put my email address in there. There's no other formal process to get the process started. You literally just have to email me and we'll start talking about it. People get intimidated by all these links and they think they have to apply on things like Range Me. You don't have to do anything other than send me an email and we can start the process from there. So if nothing else, please include my email address in the recap.
Awesome. Thank you, Chris. Are you staying on with Lucia or are you popping off?
I can stay on. I'm sorry, what's next?
Yeah, no, Lucia was going to go into her little segment and then we were maybe going to open up to see if any other questions came in. Of course, I was going to say thank you for always being open and accessible and accepting to folks and accepting those emails and giving them, advice and guidance back about their products. So before you jumped off, I wanted to say thank you. Thank you for your role and what you do and what you do for the local community.
Yeah, I'm just thrilled to be here and talk to you guys. I'll stay on though. I especially if there's any questions, I'd want to be able to answer them. So yeah, let me. I'll hang on.
Cool.
And Don, before you, I just want to say thank you from the Hudson County Chamber of Commerce. I don't even know if I introduced myself. I'm Maria Nieva, so it's really a pleasure to meet you both, and we're so incredibly thrilled to have you all as a partner in Whole Foods Market as a partner in this program, which is new for us, but we think it's especially important this year as we come out of the recovery of the pandemic lockdowns that were happening in 2020, and really we're just beginning to reopen. So thank you for the support. It's been, just critical. I can't thank you enough.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Well, Maria, that's perfect because that rolls me into my segment. So as Chris mentioned, how important the local suppliers are to our stores and communities. And we just always want to represent, the local vibe of whatever's happening. So also what's really important to us is supporting our local communities through giving. So we have basically 3 types of giving at Whole Foods Market. The first, kind of like Chris talked about the local program, for giving, it's kind of the same structure. So the first is we have global giving. So this is kind of, takes place through all the regions, all the communities, and there's these big kind of concepts and ideas that roll out. So something that happened through this year, it was called a Nourishing Our Neighborhood program. And we were able to give at least 2 refrigerated vans to local food rescue organizations in each region. So basically these refrigerated vans can help mobilize an additional 20,000 pounds of food per week. So it's really helped. And what's great, the organizations, I'm sure many of you are familiar with Table to Table. I do believe they service Hudson County. We actually had 3 in the Northeast. We did Table to Table, City Harvest, and then Bowery Mission. We're fortunate that those organizations, they actually did have, this is just adding to their fleet to also help increase healthy food access. But now you go to the Midwest, this is not only the first refrigerated van, it's also the first van. A lot of these food rescue organizations are just run through volunteer pickups. So you would have Chris saying, okay, at every Monday, I'm going to pick up from blah, blah, blah store with my car. So this helps, this program really helps get, more food into the hands of people who need it the most. So the second piece we have is kind of our regional giving, and that's how we were able to support Love Your Local. So each region is allocated funding, and we're able to look at, what are the needs of our region? What are the needs of our communities? Things like that. And one thing that we really saw, as you all can imagine, especially with being hit with, New York City really got destroyed with the restaurant and hospitality industry. I mean, and we as a company really pulled together and thought, what can we do to help revitalize, this industry, the communities, things like that. And that's why I think that, Dawn reached out and just everything aligned. And especially the fact that we have a store in Weehawken, and we're also going to be soon opening one, as Chris mentioned, in Jersey City. It's really important for us to revitalize these communities and the areas where our stores are. And then the third layer of giving, which is new as of 2021, is our team member directed giving program. So basically what this is we really wanted to empower our team members to have a voice in the organizations that Whole Foods Market supports. So basically, any nonprofit, as long as you're certified and have a 501c3, can apply through our donation portal. So all you would need to do is go into wholefoods.com/donate, and you'll be able to apply for a donation there. So basically, you'll put in your information, and you can apply to any store that your organization supports. So if I'm Food Bank NYC in the city, I can apply to all of our city stores. If I'm a just super town-based, I would only be able to apply to that one store. So then each quarter, our team members vote on all the organizations that applied. And then good job, exactly. And then one organization is the winning recipient of the funding. And let's say your organization is not selected, your application can stay open in our portal for up to 6 months. So that's 2 additional chances to be voted on.
Wow. Okay. Great. That's wonderful.
That is wonderful.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly. And this is a cash donation. So this funding can go towards any of your business needs. It can go to operations. It can go towards a program. We just really want to build and grow our hyper-local communities. That's really important to us as a company. And some of the areas that we're really passionate about, as you can imagine, food rescue, local nonprofits that, mobilize food, healthy food access, organizations that are building gardens out of, urban spaces, things like that, food systems. Sustainability is really important to us. So hopefully, if any of you are a nonprofit or know of nonprofits, you can help pass out this information and help increase your funding.
No, absolutely. We just actually completed our Big Hudson Gives event, which takes place in May. And we worked with like 83 nonprofits this year, and collectively raised more than $650,000 for all of them. So we have a whole slew of nonprofit members. I will be sure to spread the word about this program, and hopefully some of them can take advantage of it and apply. That would be great. Thank you for as you're speaking, it really makes me think about how you're looking at the local community similar to how we try to do so at the chamber, which is that it's an ecosystem, and you've got to support all the various parts of it to make sure that the whole of it works. Does that make sense? Yes. I'm not very articulate, I feel.
No, and thank you for understanding that as one of our company goals. We want to feel like community stores, and we want it to feel like a community market. We want to support local suppliers. We want to support local nonprofits. We really want to be a staple in the community.
We were talking earlier in some of the earlier segments and guests that we had on, we were talking about, how you support how you support local businesses in your community, right? And I had said to Maria that growing up in Brooklyn, my family and we shopped in 11 different stores every day. And my mother was like chef de cuisine. What was she going to make tonight? She went out and she bought something fresh. We didn't really go to big supermarkets because that really wasn't what was part of the community where we grew up. So of course, supporting local businesses now is so important, right? Because you're letting that business know that it's a validation that they're part of the community. But then when you look to someone like a Whole Foods Market and you see that they're having those same types of programs where they're trying to bring local businesses in, it really is such a good fit with what we're trying to do. And it really is, it's really wonderful work that you guys are doing.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Yeah, and thank you for all the work that you guys are doing at the Hudson Chamber too. I mean, making this an initiative, helping, retailers in the restaurant hospitality industry. I mean, that's a beautiful thing. And we're just happy to get behind it and support you guys.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Maria, do you have any questions come in?
Let me check.
Okay.
I have a couple of questions and myself. Because I was also just wondering about, it is so daunting to be a food supplier. There must be just a ton of regulations, Chris and Lucy, that folks have to comply with. And you mentioned some of them. Is that tend to be a barrier to entry for suppliers, or I mean, how do they overcome these types of things?
It definitely can be. I mean, the nice thing about onboarding through us is that you're sort of forced. A lot of brands have told us like, okay, I wasn't really ready to take those steps, but I wanted to launch with you, so I did all those things. Something like having your facility third-party audited for food safety. A HACCP plan. These are things a lot of small brands don't have, and we do require them, and they're big steps. But we're there to help coach you through the process. And these are things that if you want to grow your business, you are going to have to do eventually anyway. There are smaller mom and pop shops that will let you sell to them without doing these things, but we can almost help you just fast track through some of these things. So, and the packaging is another good example, like I was talking about earlier, right? Maybe you didn't need Nutrifacts, but you should have it. Customers need to know how many calories are in your products. What are the ingredients in your product? Something like a net weight, like the retailer would actually get fined for selling a product that doesn't have the net weight declared properly on it. So like us helping you get that figured out is only helping everybody involved. So there are resources, for everything there are resources, for a lot of brands, I think it's just having, if you don't have, say, like a coach or a mentor, like you can also hire sort of just a legal counsel to sort of, help you with all the paperwork that you need to do. And they can usually coach you on kind of what those next steps are in terms of getting all of these authorizations and all these approvals. But we go through it so regularly that, like we said, for brands we really want to get to that next step with, it's really second nature for us actually just to be able to guide brands to what those steps are. And it's hard. It is daunting. It's a lot of stuff. But I would encourage people to use us as a resource. I honestly, even for brands that we're not planning to onboard, it's not that hard for me to send somebody a one-sheeter, so we're happy to help, regardless.
So now that we're trying to all get back to normal, and I'll use that in air quotes, right, to whatever that normal is, personally, business-wise, etc. Are you going to have your local supplier summit again in person this year? Are you planning on that? Or are you planning any sort of fun events to get the local suppliers together?
The Supplier Summit, and Lucia, I'll defer to you a little bit. The Supplier Summit it's not a yearly event necessarily. It's more like an every couple of years kind of thing. So the good news is we did one sort of pre-COVID, and now we wouldn't have done one the last couple of years anyway. But I'm personally hoping to maybe be able to get one on the books for next year, but I'm not committing to that. I don't know for sure, but that would be my goal probably. That would be the next opportunity, I'd say, to get a group like that together. I don't know if you know anything. I don't know, Lucia.
I don't know.
We're just sort of hitting that comfort point right now, I think. So any planning that would happen now, you can imagine how much time and planning goes into this kind of thing. So to even be able to get something on the books for a year from now would be a stretch goal, but I think that would be nice.
Right. No, it would be nice. It would be nice. Are there any cool, new, different things that are planned for the Jersey City store?
I don't know the answer to that. Lucia, do you have anything? I haven't seen the store design, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I know things are definitely still in development, but as we get closer, we can definitely, pitch you guys some information, let you know, and then if you don't mind kind of getting it out there, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, we would love to be there for opening day. I know that we were when Weehawken opened, right? So it would be great to be part of the festivities. It is a huge thing, right? Having a store opening and especially for the community and sort of the whole vibe for the for that section of Jersey City. So it would be really cool to have a Whole Foods and be part of the celebration.
Absolutely, yes. No, we'll definitely work closely for the opening, and it is nice, exactly as you mentioned. Right? I mean, for instance, when we opened the Harlem store, we had 20 unique local suppliers at that opening. That was their first Whole Foods. I mean, it was really unbelievable. So I'm sure at this Jersey City opening, we're going to have some, first time local suppliers as well. And it is nice because, I think our store opening, it does help increase healthy food access, as Chris mentioned, with our really strong quality standards, things like that. So so we're excited to kind of offer that to the community and just be a part of it.
Do you have any other program tips or guidance or number one favorite most tip that you give out to folks? I don't know, something.
I hit all of mine. I mean, I'm glad. If anything, I almost wanted to clear up some misinformation about like how to submit. That honestly, nothing drives me more crazy than a brand saying like, "Oh, I don't know, I filled out this link and like no one ever got back to me." It's like I feel bad that like there's been some misinformation out there, and I think processes have just changed over the years, and it's not anyone's fault. But we've tried to simplify it down to the lowest common denominator, and it's so simple now. It's just my role is created solely to do this work. So it's no one's ever bothering me. If they send me a direct email, that's how the process works. So just I really want to encourage people to touch base and just do that outreach.
So it's literally email Chris Menka at wholefoods.com, right?
It's Christopher. So Christopher.Menka@wholefoods.com.
Okay.
Yeah, and there's a gazillion other steps once we've touched base.
Right.
I don't want to make it sound simple. It's very complicated.
Right.
But the actual initial outreach is not complicated.
Gotcha. Thank you.
I want to make sure I've got that. It's Christopher.Manca@wholefoods.com.
Yep, Manca is MANCA. Yep.
I'll just put this up on the screen for a second. Because we want to help you to make sure that misinformation is alleviated. So all folks need to do if they want to learn more about the local supplier program at Whole Foods Market is email this gentleman right here, Chris Manka, who has spent some time with us this morning. Just a quick question. How many the Northeast region is like Maine to New Jersey, Delaware? What is that region comprised of?
We're actually very compact here. The nice thing is we have a region actually north of us. We call it the North Atlantic region. So we go up to Connecticut to a little bit below Hartford, and then they actually take over from up above that. So we're Connecticut below there, New York, and then New Jersey down to the Middletown-ish area.
Okay, and about 50 stores in that region. That's
about
great.
50 right now. Yep, more in development too.
And how many different regions are there across the U.S.?
Is it 10, Lucia?
I want to say 12, but I could be wrong.
Yeah.
I think it's 12. But then we also have Canada, and then we have England as well.
The UK, right?
UK, thank you.
Wow.
Yeah, I remember when I'm going to age myself here a bit, but I was living on the Upper West Side, and there was the first Whole Foods store opened, and it was like literally like 2 or 3 blocks from me, and I would walk over, and it was pretty small, but it was great to see the growth is really just tremendous. So
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah, I
Wow.
think we have 14 stores in the city now.
Oh my God. Really?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, we opened up Manhattan West, kind of neighboring the Hudson Yards community. We opened up that April last year. And then we're slated to open up a store in Nomad, hopefully before the end of the year.
And one of the things I love about shopping at Whole Foods is just the ambiance when you walk in. It's just, for me, always a much more calm experience than other supermarkets. So I've always appreciated that.
Good. Yeah. And I think during, through the pandemic, I think we were rated top grocer for safety. So that's good that you felt that as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, Dawn, do you have any other questions? I'm going to turn it over to you.
I always have a gazillion questions, but I'm not going to take up everybody's time to talk about my stuff personally or anything like that. But no, you've hit the top points. You talked about community. You talked about Whole Foods' dedication to community and local communities and local suppliers. And you talked about the program and the ease of which people can reach out to Chris at as easy enough as christopher.menka@wholefoods.com. But I would just like to wrap up and say I am utterly grateful. One, that for your time today and all of the information that you've shared, and that you were able to sponsor Love Your Local. Like I think, Lucia, I said this to you. I cried when I got your email back that said, yes, we will be sponsoring. And I screamed and I called Maria, and it was my own personal little fun fest, but it was great. It really was. And we really are very, very grateful that you are partnered with us and that you're here today too.
Oh, absolutely. No, we really are. We're just happy that we can support you and support that your work that you're doing in the community to rebuild the restaurant industry, rebuild the hospitality industry. So anything we could do to get behind it, we're all about it.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you again. Talk to you guys soon.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Have a good one. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. And actually, Dawn, what we could have also mentioned is that you and Home Sweet Home, you've also been a supplier to Whole Foods. So anybody who thinks it's not achievable,
right,
you can testify that in fact it is very achievable for a small business.
It is. And again, it was to my point about there's a lot that you don't know, right? Mm-hmm. There's a lot that you just don't know. And easy enough is reaching out to Chris and talking about your product and having them sample it and taste it and come back to you and then say, something as simple as, yes, we do like your product, but now you're going to need to follow, these X number of steps in order to be able to get into the shop. And things like he was talking about the nutritional panel and packaging and barcodes and all of that other stuff, may seem like incidentals, but, it really is important when you're trying to think about your business and not just being a small business, but trying to grow your business to the point where you do have volume. And to Chris's point, which was a great one, to think about it differently and not just profit margins, but think about it from a volume standpoint. And that really sort of separates the small business mindset to the, oh yeah, I have a product and I want it to be out there, hyper local, regionally, globally, however you can continue to grow it. So it is achievable. Yes. I rolled out initially the year before last, July of 2019, they opened up Weehawken.
Was it July of 19? My goodness.
Yeah.
It really seems like 10 years ago.
It seems like yesterday, actually.
Oh, well, anything to me, I just feel like you were at Whole Foods for a lot longer, but I don't know. But your business is celebrating, is it 10 years, 8 years this year?
8. 8 is
okay.
being in wholesale, right? 8 years of being in wholesale. Yeah. Charlotte's excited. Sorry, I apologize.
Apparently, she really is a big Whole Foods Market fan.
Stop. Yeah, she's.
It's so good. It's all good. Charlotte loves your local.
Yeah.
Love it.
She does. She's gonna run around in the street, and if she could talk, she would. God help us. All right. So that was really
that was really a great session. I think that for those who are out there who might be listening, and we can certainly at the Chamber share information about how to learn more about their program, because I do think it's critically important. Not everybody is going to be fortunate enough to, or may want in their strategy to have their own storefront, but it's being able to find distributors and other retailers who can really market their products, put them on the shelves, et cetera, get them out there.
Right. And the key point is accessibility, right? So Chris said it from his mouth, right, to our ears. Email me, right?
Right.
Doesn't necessarily mean that it's set in stone, but at least it's a step in the right direction, right?
Well,
And
the worst thing you can do is you find out about a program and maybe you're not ready for it today, but you start the dialogue, and who knows, in a year or two, your product could be on a Whole Foods market shelf somewhere, whether it's in Hudson County or one of the other 50 stores or all of the other 50 stores that they have in this region. So
Right. Exactly.
I'm gonna put his email up one more time so people see it. Because I thought it was really generous of him to also share this with us and share all that great information. So they are obviously very committed to the local community. I mean, look, they want to be successful here. We want them to be successful here, and everyone. Again, it goes back to that whole point that we're all part of this ecosystem.
Right.
So it's really important for all of us to help each other succeed.
Right. Exactly. So to recap again, tinyurl.com/loveyourlocal. Anything that you can do to provide any kind of donation to the fund, which will be going back to the local businesses of Hudson County, namely our business partners who have been with us when we launched in February. And the majority of them will be up next as we get on to our panel discussion with them to talk about the top 10 challenges faced by small businesses. I'm not sure how many people are in the waiting room now. Are you sticking around or are you going?
I had thought that Melissa might be able to get on, but she has a conflict. I am gonna wait until everybody is here.
Okay.
And, I will let them in, and hopefully nobody has any sort of glitches.
Okay.
Because that would be not good. And then I'm gonna go to my local lunch, which is at a local restaurant right downstairs. So I am actively supporting the local today by my coffee and my lunch, et cetera, et cetera.
Wonderful.
I see. So who are you expecting for this conversation?
So we've got Erica from Ani Ramen, Bob from Hendrickson's Corner. We should have Claude from Freetown Road Project.
Cool.
We should have Vince from Colo Club, Clemence from Shucko Pond Bakery, Daniela from Cafe Ismay, Dale from Buey, Commissioner Anthony Romano from Louise and Jerry's. And I'm not 100% sure if Rebecca and Rowan are able to show up from Frankie in Jersey City. But that's the list of folks.
Oh, okay. I think I do need to get off because I don't know if we can have 10 people on at one time, more than 10. So, all right. So do you want me to start letting folks on as they arrive?
Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
Hi.
Daniela's, I'm thinking she's there. I know she was there. She'll show in a second. There she is.
So we're just going to start to let everybody on, and then we'll start.
Perfect.
I apologize for the barking dog. She was good for the majority of the morning, but, Charlotte. What are you going to do?
We all have our limits.
We all do. Yes. Yeah, amen to that. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. All right, Maria, in the interim, can we show the video?
Absolutely.
Okay. And we'll wait for everybody to get on.
To love Hudson County is to love your local food scene. Whether it's your favorite coffee shop, diner, pizza place, tapas restaurant, Indian, or Chinese takeout. Let's face it, the options are endless, and we all have our favorites. The places where we hang out with friends after a long week or celebrate a major life event with family. They're all right here in Hudson County. They help make our county rich in flavor, diversity, and possibilities. They add to our cherished memories. Join us in supporting locally owned restaurants and eateries. Order from your favorites. Dine in as soon as you feel comfortable. Buy a gift card. Make a donation to a Love Your Local relief fund. Or do all of the above. Together, let's build a stronger Hudson County. Love your local today. Hi, Clement.
Hi, good afternoon. How are you?
Good, very good. Just waiting for a couple more folks to join. Just one more video.
They play an important role in our lives, a place to make memories, celebrate special moments.
We celebrate everything, celebrate life, we celebrate happiness.
We like to think of ourselves as more of a community space, and coffee is one of the products and one of the ways that we connect with people.
We've been part of the community and have not only celebrated weddings with so many people, but we're now working with them on their children's sweet 16s and engagement parties, graduations.
We have a lot of people who live in town, who've been married at the Colo Club. I see people through town, and now they have kids. You know, we've helped to build lives.
Businesses are a part of our community. They support us. Let's support them. Make new memories this Mother's Day. Support your local businesses. Love your local.
Thank you. Hi. Hi, Clemence.
Hi, Dawn. How are you? How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, very good. Thank you. Happy to be here.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll see. Do we have anybody else in the waiting room?
Yes, no, maybe.
Well, we'll see. We'll give it 2 more minutes and then we'll start because I know there's a lot that I wanted to try to cover. I have a feeling that we'll probably get stuck on like 2, which will probably be the 2 of the top 2 issues that everybody's facing. I know that staffing, God, is huge, right? So we'll probably dive in and just talk about that first, and we'll see where it goes. But we'll start in like 2 minutes, and then we'll just do a little round robin. We'll have everybody introduce themselves. So yeah, so that's it. So we'll just give everybody about 2 minutes, and then we'll start because I know there's a lot I wanted to cover.
Perfect.
And how is everybody doing so far?
Good. No more rain, so it's good.
I know. Happy to be here. Thanks for inviting us.
if anybody has the live stream on in the background, just make sure that it's not on, just because then we'll get a reverb. Just letting you guys know that, okay? Because I know that there's potentially going to be a lot of us on all together.
I did that mistake the first time, not this time.
We'll give it one more minute and then we'll just start. Okay. All right, everybody, it's 12:05. Let's start, okay? And if people join, they join us and we'll just catch them up to speed when they jump in. So let's do a quick round robin. I know everybody knows who I am, but let's start with you, Dale. Just introduce yourself, a little blurb, and then we'll go around to everybody.
Hi, everybody. My name is Dale. I am one of the founders of Way Cafe. We have 3 locations, 2 in Hoboken and 1 in Newport in Jersey City. And we are a family-owned coffee shop. So it's me, my brother, my mother, and my husband that are all involved. And my 2 little girls like to pretend to make coffee.
Thank you. Clemence, do you want to go?
Yeah, sure. Hi, everybody. So my name is Clemence Danco. I am the owner of and the founder of Chocopin, French Bakery and Cafe. We have 2 locations in Hoboken and 2 locations in Jersey City. And we have been open, it's going to be 10 years this January. It's coming up very soon, very quickly. Time is flying. I have, same with my children, they pretend they know how to bake and they know everything about the bakery. And it's funny. At least they love it.
Thanks, Clemence. Daniela?
Hi, everybody. I'm Daniela Sarbu. I'm the owner of Cafe Esme. We only opened at the end of 2019, unfortunately. So we got exactly the beginning of COVID. But it was a ride. I want to say that. But thank God we're still there. And I think what's worst has passed. And now we're just looking for all the best. I have 3 little kids who they think they can do everything, especially my youngest. She just loves chocolate milk, so she wants chocolate milk. She doesn't pretend she can help, but she just wants to drink. And then my oldest son and my middle son, they want to help, so they want a summer job. But that's probably not going to happen unless they decide not to keep going into your topic at dawn. Unless they're not going to have stuff, and then I'll be like, please, Ethan, Eric, come help.
Yes, please, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, you know what? You're keeping it in the family, right?
Yes. The only problem is we also opened a pizzeria right in the middle of 2020. And I think that's the biggest challenge. It's even bigger because Cafe Esme hit those 3 months before everything started, but pizzeria really didn't have any break. Absolutely. So I guess we're riding the wave. What can we do?
Right. No, exactly. So thank you all for taking the time and joining. As seemed to be the theme of what we've talked about today is sort of getting back to the new normal, right? And the new normal for yourself personally, for your family, for your businesses, for you in the community, and what ways that we can do as owners, as in your cases, mothers, and as colleagues to your staff and owners and so on and so on. What can you do to try to keep your business open, thriving? I don't want to use the word surviving because it has such a sort of negative aspect, but thriving, right? We want to thrive. We want to thrive in a different way. So we had initially come up with a top 10 list of challenges as we were sort of making our way from a pre-COVID to a during COVID to now post-COVID. I don't even know if we could say post-COVID. I don't even know what the hell's going on, but you know, the new sort of world and normal that we're living in, right? So I know that the biggest thing that just about everybody has said to me is staffing. So I know that staffing was listed as one of the challenges. Let's just go right into it. Let's just talk about staffing. So how is everybody dealing with the staffing issues? I know that we would be very fortunate as a fellow business owner to have our staff still come back, right? And want to come into work and want to give it their all and show up every single day. How have you been faced with the challenges of staffing as you're trying to get back to a normal and reopen? Anybody?
It's definitely a challenge to have the staff back. And initially, they were afraid to come. Now that the vaccine is there, we actually scheduled for them to be able to take the vaccine. But still, we don't really see old staff coming back. They prefer to stay still home till September. And then you have a couple of other people that for different reasons, they are not getting that check, or maybe they're looking to do more, or they're just bored staying at home. And then they are available to work. But we have to work with that. So it's pretty difficult. And I think the fact that this check for staying home, it got pushed till September, it makes it harder because for us as a cafe, our biggest sales are when it comes to September, October, November, the volume is going a little bit lower. So this is when you need most of your staff, basically. And probably, I guess, WEC and Shoko, and you guys have pretty much the same challenges.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. It's the staffing, the issue has been the same, but the reasons have been different throughout the pandemic, I think. You know, in the very beginning, we ended up closing our shop for one of them for 6 weeks and as long to 8 weeks with one of the other ones. And so in the very beginning, it was decreasing staff because you didn't want people to work in close corners with each other. And then masks weren't a thing in the very beginning, and there was lots of mixed messages with wearing masks and how to protect yourself. So distance was really the way to create that barrier and keep people safe. A lot of people ended up for us. We have a very strong team at our shops, which is one of the benefits of having been around for so many years. So we had this very, very strong team, but a lot of people ended up moving away back to their hometowns during that time. Or didn't feel safe being around, especially, you know, we're all in coffee shop settings where you do rely on a lot of traffic. So it's a lot of face-to-face with customers and a lot of tight corners behind the bar too. So there was definitely those challenges of figuring out how you would even staff if they would come back and feel safe. How could you provide a safe space for them inside? And then once we worked through that, now, yes, we definitely do have challenges with bringing new people in. We asked all of our existing staff to come back once we reopened, but yeah, it's definitely an ongoing challenge. Just recently, we've been able to, I think, with summer vacations and people being on breaks from school, and we've been able to bulk up a little bit more. But it's definitely, staffing has always been an issue, but it's definitely exasperated during this time.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I totally agree with this. We were also lucky to have our core team come back when we reopened. but we reopened with much less people than we were when we closed. A lot of them then moved on, change location, find another job. So then when we started growing again, it started to be a challenge to hire. And we've been continuously hiring, I don't know, for the past 6 months, and we have very little people that are applying who are actually, experienced. So okay, we train them, but in certain function in the back of the house, it's more difficult to train people who have never worked in a kitchen. So you don't get the speed, the reflex, the organization. I mean, in a coffee shop, we can in the stores, it's easier to bring some people up to speed. They know what to expect, and even if they don't have experience, it's good. But in the back of the house, it's a challenge. Taking one person who is not experienced is okay. It's gonna melt into the team. If you have 3-4 people that are not experienced, it's very bad for the.
It slows everything down. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it slows everything down. They don't have the reflex, so they're not putting themselves to the efficiency. So that's the challenge. So that's what we see. We've tried different platforms to hire. A post on the window, social media, going through the towns, so many different medium. And I think one of the things that is really clear is that getting a check to not work is probably tempting when you have other things going on and the kids and so
Absolutely.
it's honestly at the moment it's the biggest challenge. We can do with a lot of things, mask, no mask, handling different hours, different constraints. I mean, hopefully we are going towards more opening. Everything is more opening and less constrained, but the staffing is really, really, really difficult.
So and the other, I'm sorry, and the other thing is. The other thing is when you're training, you're paying. So your payroll is getting higher and you're doubling a shift that you don't need to. But in order to train that person and be able to do it by himself or herself. So our payroll, at least I'm paying for a couple of days for them to get used to the cafe, to know how to make the sandwiches and the coffees and everything. So the payroll is getting a little high without getting extra, how should I say, help or yes.
Right. And then the hope is that you've gone through that extra payroll and you've gone through the time and you've gone through the training and that you get to retain that person, right? And in a lot of instances, people are like showing up to training, they got paid for it, and then they're not showing up day one for work. Yeah. So then
that happened, or they come the third day intoxicated. And then you have lost these days training, or you train them, and the third day when they get very comfortable, they pick up the phone and they say, yeah, I can hear you, and we're saying, no, you have to leave the phone.
Right.
So you double lose them because we're so desperate to hire. We're not really doing the like we were choosing before, much better. We were looking at latte art, for instance. That was a requirement. You don't know latte art, there's no way of working together. Now we're like, okay, no worries, we'll teach you how to do latte art. Oh, you don't know how you don't have work, you've never worked in food industry. Oh, that's okay, we'll teach you, no problem.
Right.
So yeah.
So has anybody, so obviously other than the frustration of the staffing, finding the right people, training, going through the effort, blah, 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 and retaining them, has the business suffered at all? Have you felt that you personally, the group, have had to step in to try to backfill where you can't get people to stay and work a shift, or you're training yourself, or, how have you sort of, adapted to trying to backfill those positions?
I think in my case, I have a very strong core. So we have a couple of team members that are very, very strong, and they're willing to go above and beyond. So they took up a lot of responsibility, a lot of extra hours. So I think if they are basically the pillars of the business, because they were willing to do this extra step, to train, to be there, to sell, to work 90-hour week, a 50-hour week instead of a 40-hour week. So in my case is I try to help as much as I can, but because they already have a routine, these core people, they love to take extra responsibilities and make sure that they teach right, and they also work.
Yeah, we have. I must say I spent a few nights at the production facility, which usually does not happen a lot. I'm not in production, so when I'm there, it means like there really was no other options.
Wow.
And to be honest, I don't know half of what they are doing, so I'm really just there as a body to help. Like, tell me what to do, what can I do to help. But it's the minimum I can do. But I agree. Our core team has worked a lot and is tired because of that, and the cost of that is overtime, and this is also a serious extra cost. So you pay the cost on one hand of when you're training, and then you pay the cost on the overtime. So definitely the payroll is not healthy as it should be, because there is work for more than the amount of people we have. So we can definitely split it and have more people training if we could only find them and retain them. Yeah.
So what other creative ways, how can we help each other as a community? So is there a possibility, I'm just going to throw it out there, that maybe part of all of your core staff, not saying that they have extra time, but do some of the folks have multiple jobs? Maybe there's some cross training that can be done. I'm not saying through all of you three personally, I'm just throwing that out there sort of as an option, because at least your core staff works, right? And knows the job and can get the job done. Doing it in one facility is done one way, doing it in another facility might be done a different way, but the core training is still there. So maybe that's a possibility to try to help folks out. I know that I have, folks by me who have, multiple jobs and they're doing the same thing, may not necessarily be done exactly the same way in my establishment versus the second establishment, but that's sort of a way to, to get the good people and sort of share the wealth of the good people.
I think it's a great idea, in principle, to be, explored and see how it goes in reality. One thing that I found is that when people apply for a second job, like an add-on to their main job, we are not the priority, right? And we have a lot more people not showing up when in these cases because we are not the priority. We are not the main source of income. And so if something happens, a kid needs some attention at home or something, it's more easily on us that it falls. We are not the main source of the income. So the part-timers is great to fill up a few holes, a few gaps. But at the same time, you want the commitment and right. I know that there is a platform existing where you can hire barista, for example, just like that. One shift, send me a barista, whoever. It's a trained barista. So in most coffee shop, at least you can trust them to handle the coffee machine, the coffee drink, the coffee order. The product that we sell, where you still need to explain to them. We have obviously a lot more product than a regular coffee shop, so it's a little bit of extra training. But if they focus on making the drinks, at least it's useful. It can help for one time. I don't know if you guys have already done something like that. We've done it 2-3 times. We were not completely convinced, and we didn't continue doing that. But I don't know if some of you have better experience with that.
I tend to agree. Yeah, Clemence, with what you were saying, just that once someone starts to toggle multiple jobs, it ends up being a scheduling issue where you usually get the short end of the stick. But and not to say that it couldn't be organized better. I think if at a higher level, if the schedulers were communicating with each other, maybe it would be a different situation. But yes, usually, you know, it has happened several times that you put out a schedule and then there's a conflict with other work or whatnot.
What about culinary schools?
Culinary schools? I think that would be more.
We tried culinary schools. I mean, we tried. We put ads and everything. We're not very like, how should I say? We're very simple. We just have, you know, eggs and sandwiches, and we have a very simple menu. It's nothing elaborated. And I feel that whoever was coming from a culinary school experience, they wanted more. They wanted a chef position. They wanted to be in a restaurant, a Michelin star, which we were not. And our barista, if need be, and we're short-staffed, she also has to make a sandwich, and our culinary chef has to make a coffee sometimes, because you know, we're small. So we didn't really have much luck with the culinary school.
Yeah, you know, it's unfortunate that students these days feel that they need to go from ground zero to 10, right?
Right.
And okay, how about working your way up there, right? I mean, I know that I did that over the course of my lifetime, and I give them a lot of effort. And then a little bit of applause, right, for feeling that they're good enough to go from ground zero to the Michelin star restaurant. But you know what? That's not how it works, right? And you know, and to sort of work your way up and get that work experience, it comes it comes with so much more, right? You're getting the team experience, the work environment, you know, obviously the hands-on skill. I mean, and it's retail versus back of house, front of house. Like, there's so many aspects of a business that I think is such valuable information for someone like a student. And it's unfortunate that, you know, that maybe that has not worked for you guys. To be honest, it hasn't really worked for me either, right? I actually went to the culinary school, and I even went to ones in Manhattan, and I could not get one person to cross the Hudson River to come to me, which was like crazy. But you know, what are you gonna do?
Do you see the size of the listing of those schools? I mean, I receive it every week, and sometimes I ask them to post an ad for us. But you are literally buried in between like 1,000 jobs,
right?
And that's why you realize like there is a lot of competition. New York is reopening. The Hamptons are reopening. Like every Hamptons house is hiring a chef, so it's like taking a lot of people out of the market. Like I tried. I was really hopeful with the my own culinary school as well, but it didn't bring I don't know, didn't bring much luck.
Well, I know culinary wise, it's a whole other world that I'm not immersed in. But I know that a long time ago we decided that we would put priority on personality over experience, and that we would bite the bullet and just bulk up our training, because that was something we felt confident in, and being able to train and being able to build a confidence, but personality and that was something that you either had or you didn't, or we just don't really have that energy to light that fire in every single person. So we started a long time ago with trying to hire people that showed that they had that work ethic, that they had the excitement, that they liked people, and that we would invest in their training. And that really has been helpful for us. because we're able to then have a pattern of growth for people at our shop, instead of hiring right off the bat people that are experienced and expecting. So I think that has also helped us. And then usually these people, because they have this work ethic and they feel this empowerment and they have ownership over what they do, and it really does create this camaraderie where people, and this teamwork that that you wouldn't be able to know to hire when you're hiring. It's hard to find. So in terms of skill sets, we definitely don't look for barista experience anymore. And we just try to hire from within and help elevate from within. Almost everyone starts at the front of house and then works their way up with experience. And that has been helpful for sure. Of course, with the culinary aspect and baking, that's a whole nother world, and it does require a certain amount of background knowledge.
Right. So I don't want to belabor the point about staffing. I have an idea, and I'm going to see what we can try to do from the chamber perspective to maybe reach out to the Hudson County Community Culinary Program. Again, I really still feel that if you're a student as part of the culinary program, to work as a barista front of house still gives you experience in working in a team environment, in a kitchen to a certain extent. You don't necessarily need to be a line cook, right? Or a baker or a prepper or, whatever, to sort of get that experience. So let me see what we can do. And I know that Claude just did a private chat, and thank you, Claude. So unfortunately, we do have some people who are in the waiting room, but I can't let them in. I don't have access, unfortunately. So we're kind of like looking Claude in through the private chat, and he said he's on the culinary board. So thank you, Claude, for that. I know he's listening. So maybe there's something that we can do to try to get something together to mitigate some of the staffing issues, right? So let's see what we can do. Let's bounce to transitioning to a digital environment. So we all have storefronts, right? Obviously the storefronts are closed. So what did you guys do to make yourself still relevant throughout COVID, before you were able to physically open up your stores? Did you find transitioning to a digital world easy or not easy?
We actually didn't close. So we had only, we had 1 week or 2 weeks where we did like a really deep cleaning. But what happened is when COVID hit and part of the staff didn't want to come, we used whoever still wanted to work, and we hired new staff, and we worked with donations for the medical staff. So we had orders of, 100, 200 meals that we had to be there at 5 o'clock in the morning, prepare it and deliver it for lunch. And then we came up with a weekly plan also, where people could just order from our website. So at the time we put on our website some kind of a digital platform where they would choose Monday through Friday was a 4-day or a 7-day meal plan, and when they would sign up for that, and we would deliver. And that worked a little bit, but I think what helped the most were the meals that we did for the donations. And then once those started to wear off, we saw a little bit of increase of foot traffic. And especially last summer, I think when the weather started to be a little bit better, we see people going outside more and coming to get coffee. And now it's starting to, I think it's starting to go back to normal little by little. It's not there yet. It's definitely not there. but it's getting there.
Did you have a website prior?
We did.
You did. Okay.
We did. So my husband actually he works with this, so he added that platform where people could order directly on our website, and then of course we worked with Grubhub, Seamless, Uber Eats, and we still do, and we still get orders from them. But our survival, I want to say, wasn't really from this digital world. It was from donations and real people calling and saying, you know, I want to send to the hospital 100 meals tomorrow.
Gotcha.
Yeah. When I think back to that time last year, it was slightly traumatic still. You know, I remember so clearly in the beginning of March, just talking internally and kind of developing a tiered plan of attack for this. Because at that point, it was terrible in Wuhan, and it was blowing up in Italy. And then we had cases smattered around here, and we knew maybe something was happening. So we created this tiered plan where the first tier, if it started to get a little bit worrisome around this area, was to limit capacity. Then our second was to take away indoor dining. And then the third was to close completely. And we hadn't thought about the delivery and going online until we closed to the public, and then we established the online platforms. I think a lot of what was difficult about that time was, it was not that there was one issue. It was just that you were dealing with everything all at once. So it was hard to know where you were picking to choose to put your energy towards. And so I think what we had to do was, just because we were so thinly spread and scared, was to close, because we had 3 shops. We had a very big consultation with our managers, and this is where everyone felt the most comfortable. And you know, I think part of the staff retention that we've had is because they feel that they've been also taken care of, and that their safety was valued. But so we closed to the public, and then I think in a matter of 24 hours or 48 hours, we discovered Now and how to put it up on our, attach it to our website, and deciding which other platforms we wanted to be a part of, and the costs associated with those. And we had our own delivery system. Basically, any of us that had a car and wanted to be delivering, we signed them up, and it was very messy. You quickly realized how difficult doing one-off deliveries in all parts of Hoboken, let alone the greater community. And it just wasn't working. You'd get a ticket for down the street, you'd go deliver it, and then by that time there's one, even a couple blocks away is very, very difficult and time consuming. And there's a reason that, online delivery for coffee wasn't a thing before this. So, and then, there are hot beverages, the beverages in general that leak, and just figuring out your system was very difficult. I will say now we still have it, and it is extremely beneficial. We have been able to really, I think, in some of our shops, it's a third of our business is delivery or pickup, but through our online platforms. So I definitely think while it was hard to kickstart and it took a lot of trial and error, once we did get it down, it is something that really helps us. It helps our line and people having like a cap on capacity. And yeah, just streamlining in general. But it was
totally
hard.
I can totally relate to the feeling of thinking, okay, we're going to do that, and then being hit back by the reality of it. Like, okay,
Yeah.
not that easy to do deliveries
Yeah.
like all of a sudden. Whew, not that easy. We
No.
try to do that before we close. So the last 2 weeks of March, we try to do that, taking orders. So we have one person taking orders, and then one person preparing the orders, and then the driver starting to do the route. And yeah, it hit us back that it was not that easy. Same when we closed, we were trying to anticipate, to understand, to plan, and it really got us like a big wave, like everybody, like, all right, boom, we have to close. But then after that, after I would say a week or maybe 10 days, we realized that our freezer sale had been such a great success just the weekend before we closed. When we announced we were going to close, we also started to do a freezer sale, and people went nuts for this, nuts. I received those orders on my phone, and I remember waking up the Saturday morning and being like, Jesus Christ, so many orders. And if I have not sent them to the store, they don't know about it. But the customer started coming to pick it up, and because it's supposed to be an order ahead tool, not an order instant order tool, but people were just like, okay, I'm ordering, and they were calling the store, and then they were in line at the store, and we didn't even know how much we had in stock. It was a chaos. It was a total chaos the last weekend. But then, so we closed and we breathed and we slept, and we tried to gather our thoughts together. And then we realized, okay, that was a great success. Why don't we try to use that and try to continue offering this freezer sale? Because now we had found our stock, our inventory, we knew how much we had, we could count it, and we could start again. And so we opened, communicated on social media and said that we were going to open a new sale for a freezer sale. We gave like 3, 4, 5 days for people to place their order. And that went so easy. That was fantastic because people could just place the order as the day go by. And then there was one pickup day in one location, and we were trying to rotate the location. Because at first it was just me doing the pickups, and then after that we reorganized ourselves when we saw that it was working. So it was a way to still continue, getting some revenue and keeping in touch with the community, which was very very touching to see all the people who would actually come in the streets and pick up some product because no one was going out at that time, really no one. So it was really heartwarming. When we reopened, 2 months later, we made sure that we were not going to start the same way we closed. So we worked on improving our website, and we developed the instant order capacity as well as order ahead. So we have 2 different functionality living in parallel. And it's funny that you said it's a third of your business for certain location, because we had a feeling it was big for us. And then we looked at the numbers and we're like, all right, okay, no, because we see a lot of orders coming through. But
Yeah.
at the same time, when I see those orders, I'm not in the store and I don't see the rest, what is happening. So and actually we have some feedbacks that the tool is not that great and it's not working so well. So like, okay, well, maybe we need to improve that. Because when you receive a lot of orders, you think, okay, it's working. Obviously it's working. I'm receiving a lot of orders. But you don't see all the orders you're not receiving because the tool is not working so well. So it's always interesting to hear the feedback from the customer when they tell you. So now at the moment we are actually starting to work on that again, and trying to improve our online ordering to become more sturdy. Because as always, you start with something like this in the pandemic as a mode of survival, but then it becomes part of your business model, and you carry on. And I think that's one of the many learnings of this pandemic is when you adapt, when you are creative and you are developing new tools, you grow so much. You learn to do things differently, more efficiently. You go straight to the point, and it's a lot of learnings from for the future, for our new us, because we as a company we've changed as well from this 14, 15 months period of time that we just went through.
Yeah, I did the same thing. The 2 weeks right before I wound up closing, I did a sort of makeshift website that I built myself, and I had people pre-order because then I knew what I would need to bake. So I'm not displaying a full bakery counter, which is the allure of what people want when they come into a bakery. But I was like, yeah, no, that's not going to happen. I didn't have a walk-up window yet. So I had sort of opened the door and put a table there in front of it. And then when people came, I had all of their orders, prepared for them. And I gave them a window of time that they would need to come. And that's that. And that sort of grew. I find that it's still very beneficial nowadays to have the online ordering because, again, it helps us know what we need to prep. So I'm still not having a beautifully baked off display of products. I have baked off what I know is going to need to go out based on orders, and then some extra for people who come up to the window and order, through the window instead. I had a walk-up window installed, and that's how I have people. I still don't let anybody into my shop even today because my shop is so small. My retail piece in the front is this big, and my kitchen is big in the back. But I can't take that chance of have people come in because the proximity is it's a little too uncomfortably small for me, but that's really where I am right now. The only challenge that I would find in going digital is keeping up with the inventory, right? And not knowing all of the orders that you're not getting. So, you're updating the inventory. You've got people coming to the window. If people are ordering online, you're hoping that the system is pulling from the same 12 items that you've put out there. The next thing you know, they can't order it, but they can. I mean, it's just, that's the only thing that I find challenging is just making sure that your inventory is always updated.
And that is definitely a challenge that we do face. There's oftentimes I'll sell the last muffin and then simultaneously a ticket will come through with that muffin and I'll have to call them up and quickly take it off the menu online. It does definitely happen.
We have realized one way we deal with that. So we are not working yet with all the dairy platform for that reason, because we cannot control the inventory with them. But at least with our own online ordering, we figured out that we only put 80% of the quantities that we have in it, which allows for a little bit of buffer for that someone who comes in the store at the same moment where another comes in, and you're not fighting over the last almond croissant, virtually or live. So only 80%. So the day before, the orders are already open. So as the minute as we close, we actually allow people to place an order for the next day. At that point, we only put 20% of our stock. We don't want to be overwhelmed, everything taken away. So only 20%. And the next morning, when we actually receive what we receive, because sometimes there is also some
discrepancy,
right? Then we adjust our inventory to 80% of what we have received. So like that, we keep the buffer. Because I don't know if you work with Square, but Square allows you to keep selling even if you're negative in the store. Right. So you can go -10 if you. It's not going to prevent you. It's going to prevent the online order to come through, but it's not going to prevent you from selling it in the store. So it's a good way of working. With the delivery platform, though, it's our challenge at the moment. We are starting to work with them like as we speak those days, and very difficult to have them integrated and to the inventory fits both ways. Very difficult.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, totally. So in a lot of what we've talked about, there seems to be a common thread of being creative, right? Clemence, in your freezer sale that you did, and some of the other comments, Dale, that you have made, and Danielle, that you have made. So let's talk about the challenge of, if there is lacking creativity, do you find that there are ways that you were creative before because maybe there were networking events that you can go to, there were people in person that you can see, you can bounce ideas off of? Are any of those streams and ways that you did get ideas for being creative? Are they no longer there, or do you still feel that you are creative in what you're trying to do with the business?
I feel that we're humans and we've been evolving, and we've been, we had to change over the years in order to survive and in order to become better. And I think this is a situation where, again, our human instinct, I think, made us come up with ideas. And most of the times during the pandemic, I don't know, how you guys did it, but my husband and the kids, we were just us. Everybody else, we were just in the house. Nobody was allowed in. We weren't going anywhere. We were ordering Amazon and then disinfecting everything at the door, washing the fruit in baking soda. So we were especially in the beginning, we were very protective. And then every time I would get out of the house, if I would have a hospital delivery, I would just you wouldn't recognize me because there's nothing out to see. So I would be completely covered. And then while walking in the house, I would take everything off, take the clothes off, go to the shower, and then I would see my family. So I think we had to be creative because otherwise we wouldn't be here today. And I think that as a family, even sometimes the kids would have such a crazy idea. And at the end of the day, you're like, you know what, hold on, it's not that crazy. Sure, let's make that whipped cream with sprinkles because you're right. That's something attractive for kids. And they will parents will order that. So let's go for it. But it's mostly, I think, the family, it's us talking together. We kept in touch with some of the closest friends throughout this, I want to say, year and a half. But coming to the business, I think it was us, and it was us surviving and coming up with ideas, what to do and what else to do.
I must say, sorry, I've never been participating in so many meetings like this one, listening to webinars as during this period, because before I didn't have time. I was focusing on my business, on my family, and I had very little time to go out and network because you have to account for the travel time. I mean, I love when I end up doing it and meeting people. It's very, very enriching and it's great. But I'm so glad we can do that from the comfort of our own house, because it's so convenient to squeeze that in. It's like my Pilates classes, right? I'm much more showing up since it's online as it is in person, because in person you have to account for 20 minutes before and 30 minutes after and whatnot. And at least now I can squeeze a lot more things within the day, and I can actually listen to the world by connecting to those webinars. Most of them are being recorded, so you can even connect and listen to them after when it's convenient for you, when you have time, because we all have the same problem, right? We don't have enough time in a day to deal with everything coming in our face. So honestly, in terms of creativity and good idea, I've learned a lot from this kind of things online. So for me, definitely a ton more exchange and idea and networking than before.
Yeah, I agree. I think, because there were so many challenges that you were facing this year, it makes you be creative to be able to answer to them. I don't know if it was just, we definitely tried a lot of things. In all of the challenges, I think that there was also a little bit of a freedom that was allowed then, because you finally had a chance to try new things. And if it wasn't well received, then people understood what you were trying to do. And so it allowed you, a little bit more of a freedom. And even in these, networking opportunities, I've done more podcasts and interviews and webinars this year than I've ever done before. So I do think that there's this virtual aspect is very helpful, and also just being a mother of two smaller children, doing anything after a certain hour is very difficult. So this wasn't been probably after hours because people are working most of the days, and it would have been hard for me to attend. So I do think, if anything, there's a little bit that there's too much going on, and sometimes there's a little bit of a burnout feeling, because you're asked to be creative so often. But all in all, I think that it has been, after you can get over a little bit of the stress, there has been an aspect that has been liberating as well. We've been able to, when we realized early on that maybe the volume that we had relied on before, low transactions but high volume, wasn't going to be replicated, we started thinking, well, okay, so then that means that we have to up the ticket price. And how do we do that? What do we offer? And so we really had to look at, increasing our menu, our food items. And we started bringing in our pantry items, which we didn't really have before. We definitely bulked up on that. We sold and bagged our own granola that we bake in house, and started bottling our cold brew for 6-pack cold brews, and had a subscription offerings for that, and then brought in spices and goods and things like that. So it definitely, and it resonated with people. I think, people were, and still are, the cooking indoors more and experimenting inside. So I think that definitely, resonated with folks. So it's yeah.
So I can empathize and sympathize with everything that everybody's saying, right? Because I'm kind of still going through all of those iterations now and trying to see which of those can still work and fit as I try to navigate what my new normal is going to be, for my own space. So talking about increased prices, let's elaborate on that a little bit. So we know that the supply chain in certain industries or lines has been horrible. Let's talk about gloves as an example. A case of gloves that went from $35 to $150. How disgusting is that, right? And thinking of it being such a core piece of equipment that we use in a kitchen, regardless of COVID, you always have a glove on. And now in this case, you're spending 5 times the amount for a case of gloves. So you're begging your employees, well, remove that glove a little bit maybe before you would decide to just rip it off and throw it and grab another one and whatever. Okay, so in that case, and also just regular supply chain issues, right? How do you still get your ingredients? Have your ingredient costs gone up? Have your suppliers been affected by the fact that their customers have closed? So therefore, they're trying to pass on that price increase down to you, the customer, who still is using that supplier, and so on and so on. So how are you dealing, if at all, with any price issues and having to reprice some of your products, or trying the best as possible not to pass that on to your customer?
It's definitely a challenge increasing price. We haven't increased our prices yet. We're thinking maybe we'll see how July goes, and maybe starting in August. But as of right now, we are taking the hit basically by paying more for the materials and spending more. And as I said before, on training, on now gloves, it's true. But last time actually, and it's so expensive, and still you can't find it all the time, because last time we couldn't find the vinyl, so we got that little plastic that's used for hair color. So everybody is having a hard time. So I said, okay, then if you can get more use of the vinyl, then we'll buy this. So now hopefully we'll find the vinyl again. But it's a challenge with those two. Cost-wise, for all the other materials like coffee and other things, haven't increased a lot. They have increased a little bit, but again, as of right now, unfortunately, we're taking the hit on those because we haven't increased.
Right.
Yeah, same for us.
Same for us.
Wow. Okay. Have you had any issues with trying to still get supplies? Ingredients? Have you had some suppliers that were originally, vendors, I should say, that you originally ordered from for, specifically your aseptic boxes of milk? Let's just use that as an example. That now you've had to change suppliers, or maybe you've had to change products altogether. Have you had any of those issues?
We hadn't, there's one issue. We used to get bagels from a certain provider and they went out of business, unfortunately. And they had a good profit. They had a good product. They just didn't survive. So now we had to move on to a different one. So I think that's the only challenge, that some of the products that we were used to, they were very good. They went out of business. So now we had to adjust and find different suppliers for the same product.
Right.
Yeah. I'd say in the beginning, when this was all starting, we had some issues where some vendors were also closed, and when we were reopening, they were still closed. Some vendors, I think everyone downscaled quite a bit, and some suppliers that we had, or vendors in the city, just weren't making deliveries anymore. They were just focused on their brick and mortars. So we did lose some of those vendors, but for the most part, I think that we haven't had too many supply issues.
Yeah, same for us. Not too many supply issues. Some of them are tightening their conditions, reducing the number of days of delivery, increasing the minimum of order, this kind of things. But we all know that we are all going through the same shortage of staff as they do. So we're like, okay, we understand. But we didn't have too much difficulty getting the product. Not that I'm aware of, at least.
Okay. So one last thing, I know we definitely went off script, so thank you for being open to kind of rolling with it. Let's just talk about the ever popular work-life balance. Do we feel that is better? Is it worse? Is it different? We'll sort of end it with your comments on that.
Wow.
Right?
It's funny because we all wanted to stay home. I just want to work from home. Every morning I would go home pre-COVID and go to work, and I'll be like, I just want to stay home. I don't want to go to work. So now I kind of got what I wished for. But then I don't know, having 3 kids at home, studying from home, then trying to figure out things for the cafe. They can be alone, of course, because they're not that old yet. So, they tried to make omelets, but you have to be there to turn off the oven or the stove. So it's definitely a challenge. I think we need to be in a lot of places at the same time right now. And even though, you have like this meeting virtual, which is much better than having it in person, there's still challenges here and there. So yeah, I don't know. It was great spending some time together with the family, having this, time where we actually connected for the first time in our life, because we were nonstop together and we couldn't get rid of the other. Sometimes your husband goes to work and you say, okay, honey, I'll miss you till tonight, but I'll see you tonight. Now it was, you're there all the time. And it was a good thing, I think, because it made our family stronger. But I think the work challenges, and now that everything is starting to open up, it's becoming a little bit much. It's difficult, to handle everything, family, kids. One of my kids is still virtual. The other 2 are in person, thank God. But one of them is 1 week and 1 week. So when he's home, like you see, he's here. He's helpful, and he wants to help as much as possible, but he's a child at the end of the day. So you have to work your schedule around everything else.
I must say I am very lucky because both my kids went back to school in person in September. So I could not have imagined continuing like April, May, and June last year into the year. And I know that a lot of people had to go through that with a job and with handling their house and a business. So it's on my side, I was extremely lucky, at least to not have to take care of the kids at home. And I think work-life balance, I guess, overall for me, probably improved during this pandemic compared to before, because I'm less running everywhere physically. I can do a lot of things from home, from my computer, including my Pilates class. And yeah, I'm less late. I'm less running everywhere, like catching up, trying to be on time and never being on time anywhere because of that. So at least it has improved for that reason. I agree with the connection with the family. I've enjoyed spending those months with my husband because we see each other more. We actually cross each other's paths in the kitchen around lunchtime. Sometimes we even eat at the same time at the same table and we speak when one is not listening to a call in the background or something. So overall, yeah, we got to spend more time together, and I would say it's a period, and I think it's good when it will resume to something more normal. But for that part, I can't complain. I've enjoyed it pretty much.
For us, I think we probably always struggled with the balance. So I don't know if this year made it worse or better. My kids don't go to school yet. They're still too young, or they could have, I suppose. But we kept them home. My oldest will start kindergarten in September. So we had them home, and we've always had them home. So that balance has been always a juggle. But I think you also get used to the chaos. I think that, one of the most helpful things for us is that my family and we all live close to each other, within a few blocks. My father lives in Jersey City, and my mom lives in the apartment below me. So I do have support, and we all work on the business together. So that has always, it never felt like anything was only on me. But definitely we're very much involved. I'm at one of the shops every single day. I think part of that is a personal is a personal thing, though. It's hard for me to turn off, and I really love being at the shops. This past year, I felt more connected to our community than I've ever felt before. So being there and being present and speaking with people has been really a joy for me. I genuinely, I love people. So being able to still connect, especially after that period of absence, was really nice. And to be able to connect with our team and be there, working side by side with them has also been important for me on a personal level. It's always a struggle. Sometimes I do take my kids in and I bung them in the kitchen somewhere, and hope that they live. But sometimes outside, and our morning crew outside that come, they all love to tease them, and vice versa. So I think it's a part of living in and being in a small business. It's the charm. So
great. So I just want to say thank you to all of you, and I apologize to our other business partner guests who were
not able to join us, with this discussion. I know we only got through a couple of the points. Again, I'd like to say thank you for being open and sort of fluid with kind of just running with talking about the challenges. I will say that we will follow up and see how we can deal and help with the staffing piece, right? Which I know is so essential, right? You can't do it all yourself personally. You need people, you need good people who are invested in the business and want to help and grow and work and be there and show up every day. So let's see what we can do. We'll try to be creative. So we will definitely stay tuned. There'll be more on that. So for everybody, again, who's watching or folks who've just jumped in, we have Dale from Buey Cafe, Clemence from Shuckle Pond Bakery, Daniela from Cafe Esme. Thank you again to all of you. They all have team pages out on the Love Your Local site. So again, that website is tinyurl.com/loveyourlocal. If you scroll down to the bottom, you can see all of the team names. Again, for everybody to sort of reiterate our fundraising effort, the amount of money that each of the teams are able to raise, and this second iteration now, which is running from Mother's Day through Father's Day, these businesses will get 60% of that money back. So thank you again. Please visit all of these folks in Jersey City and in Hoboken. Patronize your local businesses. I bet they have wonderful Father's Day specials coming up. So purchase their gift cards through the Chamber website. Again, we are selling the cards at a 40% discount with the hopes then that you will continue to go back to the local businesses and patronize them. So thank you again to Dale, Daniela, and Clemence. We are almost ready to jump to our next segment, which is going to be Lois from Mambo Feng Shui, who will talk about all of the craziness that's going on in the universe. So let's just give we'll give us a 2-minute break, and then we can jump on with Lois at 1:15. So again, tinyurl.com/loveyourlocal. Scroll down to the right-hand side. You'll see all of the different team pages from all of our business partners. Again, we want to say thank you to them for taking time out of their day to spend the hour with us from noon to 1 that we just had the panel discussion with them. And again, thank you for continuing to support the local businesses. So hello, Lois.
Hello, Dawn.
How are you?
Good. Well, first, I must give a shout out to Dawn and Home Sweet Home. Oh my goodness, were my friends delighted that I brought boxes of goodies. They didn't know what they liked best. In fact, they even were on your website saying, "Oh, can you bring me some stuff that I want to keep separate that I can have later?" So I had to separate out what we shared at the party and what they wanted to, say for their own private delight.
Thank you.
Everything was just delicious. So
thank you for that shout out. Thank you, and thank you for all that you do, and being so supportive to local businesses and helping them sort of go through the iterations of the business and their new normal, and that is the theme for the day, right? We started out the meditation in the morning with Lori, how to sort of get your mind clear. To approach the day with a level head and a clear mind to make decisions. We talked with Talia about how do we do normal again, right? And getting yourself into therapy or having some sort of practices where you recognize an anxious feeling that might be coming up. And all in all, in the end, it might not just be you personally that is feeling that. There could be other forces and reasons why you feel like your head is screwed on different today, or why you feel ultra emotional. So hence we have Lois Kramer Perez, who is joining us today again from Mambo Feng Shui. I will turn it over to Lois to give us a little blurb about her.
Ooh, what a new moon can do for you. Well,
Right.
you know, Dawn, typically I do feng shui and energy clearing, and I clear your chakras. We do meditations. But more than ever this past year, I've been so connected with the energy of the moons because we're all experiencing life in such a different way. And when we get a little bit of we don't have to say we're crazy, but you know, think about the way we refer to the moon all the time. Lunacy, lunatics, you know, mooning people. You know, when you think about mooning people, it's almost like hysterical. So there is something to be said about looking at how we can be affected by the moon. And what I love about what I'm going to share with you today is more than just the moons. It's having an opportunity to notice where you are without judgment and know that you can say thank you for this little utz to give me an opportunity to make a different decision.
Awesome. That's wonderful. So, you know, I very much know when there's something else that's clouding my decisions or clouding my mind, or when I feel like, ooh, is that just an intuitive feeling? Is that just a bad feeling in the pit of my stomach? Is that there's really something else that's sort of pulling me? I don't know if it was by coincidence that our first Love Your Local live stream was the night before the eve of the Chinese New Year, and that our second is on this big, gigantic solar eclipse that is happening on June 10th, right? And sort of getting ourselves ready for it. And for those people who might be watching who are thinking, that has nothing to do with it, it absolutely has something to do with it. So either you tune yourself into it and use it to your advantage and understanding why you might be more emotional, or why your ideas and your mind might be clouded, or you can't really seem to get something to move forward. Never fear, right? Take a step back, sort of learn and understand how you can use all of that universal force to really help make your path a little bit clearer to walk on. So I'll turn it over to you.
Awesome. Thank you, Dawn. So I want to first begin with just giving a brief overview about the different phases of the moon and what they typically mean, because we're going to find out how this one is a little bit unique more than most. So, you know, we're always going through cycles during the month. The moon, you know, it's rising, it's falling, it's waxing, it's waning, it's new, it's full. So when we typically think about a new moon, it's usually a time we set our intentions, we write down our goals, we begin new projects, because this is a time of new beginnings. And during this new moon, I usually share a wonderful ceremony that I do with a new moon jar with creating intentions with some things that we can do. So typically that's what we do on a new moon, but this one, it's going to be a little different. And then after the new moon, we go into a waxing phase. And when the moon is waxing, it's a transition time in between the new and the full. And it gives us a time to refine and look at what our intentions were set so we can make adjustments. And it's time to start taking action, to start making sure that we are acting on the intentions and desires. You know, it's all well and good to have an intention and then just sit there and wait for it to happen. But if you don't add the action and apply things that you want to do, it may show up, but it won't be sustainable. So that's what the waxing moon reminds us of. Now, the full moon. Think of the full moon as being full. You started your intentions, you refine them, you're taking action, and now you're all filled up. So if you want to make room for all the goodness, the full moon is a wonderful time where we can release. So it's connecting to this wonderful energy of all the things that you have start bringing in, and you may have this inspiration to be more creative. And as you're becoming more creative, you're kind of weeding out the things that no longer serve you. So if you bask in the full moon, it gives you that ability to bring in that goodness and release what's no longer needed. And we're not judging what we're releasing is good or bad. Whenever you want to release something, it's always important to have a plan. Have something ready to put in its place. So when you release, it's not helter-skelter, right? So that's a wonderful time on the full moon. And now in the waning phase, this is a time in between the full moon and before we start the next new moon cycle. This is a time of non-judgment. It's a time to be the observer, to notice, what's been going on in every aspect of your life, and just sort of observe and notice what you happen to notice, and honor yourself, honor your strengths, honor your accomplishments. Allow yourself to really raise your self-esteem and just see how this connection that you feel connects with all that you see. And as I'm explaining these new moon cycles, you may have not realized how much you are affected by the energy. Even more so, you may not realize how sensitive you all are to the energy of the collective, of the people that are happy, the people that are fearful, the people that are peaceful, the people that are angry. There's a story about, was that Henny Penny, the sky is falling, the sky is falling. Oh my God, the sky is falling. Well, I don't see the sky falling. Well, that's what she was directed in. And it's really what you choose to focus on is what you start to create even more of. And what I wanted to share with everyone is this morning in my morning circle, I always pull a card for guidance for the collective. And the card today was freedom. I possess the power and the free will to create my own happiness. So remember this, in the midst of the chaos, in the midst of the craziness, you are the one in charge. And if you're getting knocked off your feet, pay attention and realize why you're getting knocked off your feet. So now let's find out what's going on today. We have this new moon eclipse. So when there's an eclipse, the moon is dark. The moon is dark. So that's why typically on a new moon, we don't see that side of the moon. But now the eclipse is creating a relationship with the sun where things are different. And typically on an eclipse, it's a time to look at below in the darkness, what's been hovering in the darkness. But what makes this new moon eclipse even more profound, we're in the middle of Mercury in retrograde. So Mercury went retrograde on May 29th, and it's going to play itself out through June 22nd. Well, what does that even mean? I know I've had conversations with people saying, oh, Mercury's in retrograde. Oh, I'm not going out. I'm not driving. I'm not signing a contract. Well, it doesn't mean to stop living. Knowledge is power. When Mercury is in retrograde, you might find that there is disruptions, there are detours. You might find a breakdown in communications. Well, what Mercury gives you the opportunity to do is slow down, pay attention. When you're distracted, you're not paying attention. You're not listening to what people are saying. You're too busy telling people what you want to say. So this gives you that opportunity when things get broken down, disrupted, and detoured. Take a breath. Feel your feet on the floor and say, you know what? I thank you, Mercury, for reminding me of what I need to pay attention to. And because when Mercury's in retrograde, we typically feel it as if we're going backwards because that's the sensation of how the planets are moving. You might find yourself, getting lost in thoughts about the past or situations that happened in the past. Or you might even start noticing, gee, wait a minute, why is this happening again? What part am I playing in this? This is the time that I can rewrite this story. This is the time that I can even think about relationships that are coming back up to the surface and like, oh my gosh, whatever happened, between me and Mary? Why aren't, what was that breakdown in our friendship? Now's the time to heal that, to heal things from the past so we could move on with a clear and solid mind. So it's time to slow down, cultivate your patience, and pay attention. The energy around you may feel distracted or disconnected and present all kinds of mistakes and disruptions, but that's a way of getting your attention. And what gets our attention is something we can use to take action on it. So are you feeling that, Dawn? Are you feeling this whole kind of upheaval and craziness?
Yeah, I feel a little bit like I'm pushing a wet noodle up a hill, right? And I know that a time of a retrograde is to redo, right? But it doesn't mean that you have to redo it and do it again and it's a waste of time. It could be that maybe how you thought about doing something before is not the right way that you should do it now. You know, and just like you would create a vision board, right? And dream and sort of set your goals on what it is that you want to do. I think that you need to use these times like this to maybe do a reset, right? Like what are your new visions that you want to have? Because you know, the world opening up is ever changing and the requirements and the, you know, information is just insane. So how do you continually pivot and be relevant and actually do things that work well for your business, right? And not be overwhelmed by it all.
Absolutely. And one thing I would just like to reframe a little bit, thinking about when things come back up and it's time to reevaluate. I would suggest to look at this as not judging that we did anything right or wrong in the past. We're always where we need to be. However, as time changes, as we change, as things evolve, there's always another way to approach a situation to be even better. And again, we can't fault what we don't know, right? If I don't know what I didn't know, how could I even judge that I didn't do what I want to do now? Because now we're in a different place. So no, whatever might be coming to the surface, there's no need for judgment. There's no need for anything to think, oh, what did I do? I should have done it. No, there's no shoulds. There didn't need to. Understanding where you were and now where is important for you to go is important. So this new moon eclipse adds another layer of energy to this party that we're feeling between the Mercury retrograde in the midst of it all. Typically, as I said, on a new moon, it's our time for manifesting, for creating new beginnings. We might even use our divination tools, whether we're asking questions with our pendulum or pulling tarot cards or using dowsing rods. And usually we charge our crystals. However, this new moon eclipse is unique. The eclipse of this nature brings an opportunity for all humanity to explore the darkness beneath our surface and choose light. So eclipses are times when we can look what's beneath the surface. We can look to see what it is we haven't been paying attention to, what we may have shoved under the carpet, right? So we can start to explore how we can make a change. And this particular new moon eclipse brings an energy of communication and alignment for the benefit of all humanity through light, wisdom, and the power of love. And I love that. It gives everyone an opportunity. Now, I want you all to remember, whether you recognize that you're feeling it, the moon energy, or maybe you recognize, you know, how you might be feeling throughout this past year, we're all connected in some way. And the more of us that can find a way to manage our energy and all the chaos around us in a peaceful way. And you've gotten all these tools this morning from the meditation, from Talia. You've gotten all kinds of methods, and we can all find the way to do this. And sometimes it's as easy as just feeling your feet on the floor and taking that breath and being patient and noticing, what is my choice today? I have the freedom to create my own happiness, to create my own journey. So you might be feeling this unrest from the collective. There may be fear or anger around you, but this doesn't mean that you have to squash anything that you feel, because your opinions, your ideals, it is important. But take that power of what might be gurgling from inside and start to use your power of expression through respect, through calmness and peaceful assertiveness. It doesn't mean we have to stuff our feelings down beneath us, because it's time to make peace with all your feelings in a very healthy way. Because when we look at what's hiding behind the shadows beneath the surface, if we don't acknowledge them, then the feelings start to seep out unexpectedly. For instance, they may be coming out as frustration. You might find that you stubbed your toe and all of a sudden you're in a crying, fit for 10 minutes and like, well, what the heck did that come from? Or you might be going along perfectly fine and you notice something in your kitchen is out of place and all of a sudden you get angry and you start exploding and it's not in alignment with what's happening. This is what happens when things are stuffed beneath the surface and we don't acknowledge them, we don't pay attention to them. This is a time for us to choose to release our emotions in a healthy way, to choose to replace them with your ability to breathe in that inner peace and calm. And one of the things that you can think about as you might be noticing this energy today that's going to be quite powerful, because there are people that are aware of this new moon energy and people that aren't, but we're all just human and as we're connected. I want you to think of this as an opportunity that you can actually breathe in what's beneficial for you. And as you exhale, whatever you don't need comes out. So you can have more room to breathe in what's beneficial for you. And as you exhale, you just release what you no longer need. And now there's no judgment about anything. We don't even care what it is. We're just making room to just be the best that we can be. So this new moon eclipse in the midst of the Mercury retrograde, it may even begin to stir up feelings of inadequacy, confusion, or misunderstandings. And these miscommunications might even bring us to feel a little paranoid and lose our confidence. So if all of a sudden you feel like, oh my gosh, what's happening to me? It's just that influence. Say, wait a second, I got this. I am not going to operate on assumptions. I am going to listen to what's happening. I'm going to communicate clearly and be sure that my communication is heard in the manner that I wish to say it. And it's not the time for us to act impulsively or make these rash decisions. So it's a time to act wisely, be clear, and be patient. And again, a simple way to get yourself grounded is just feel the chair beneath you and your feet on the floor and just, I got this, with all the things that are swirling around you. Now, another thing that I found in my research, the way the planets all line up, because this information is layered in all kinds of planets and zodiac signs and all kinds of different information. But what it brings us is an opportunity to have an underlying support that offers us courage and confidence so we can see beyond the illusion in the darkness, which is even more reason to avoid being, reckless and doing things impulsively. So it's the time for us to notice how you're feeling. Where are you feeling it? Is it in your body? Is it when you walk into a room? Could it be certain people are triggering different things, in your life? And is it, you saw the caller ID and it's like, oh my goodness, what do I do now? This is a time to make peace with everything that you feel. Because if you weren't feeling anything, nothing would change. And you wouldn't even know that you didn't know things were happening. But every time you feel something that gives you a challenge, every time you feel something that gives you an emotion that's all of a sudden rising up to the surface, thank it and say, thank you. I'm so grateful you gave me this gift. So I now have the ability to choose to make a choice. And when you choose to be what you want to see in this world, then that is what you become. And I think it's a famous quote from Gandhi: be the change you want to see in this world. Either Gandhi or Mother Teresa. They're all hanging out with me today. I feel like we have all the support of all of the people who inspire us. Be the change you want to see. And then as you become that, as you mindfully, even if it's a moment of, yes, in the midst of the chaos, I am peace. In all the midst of the retrograde and the eclipse and the new moon and all these things swirling around me, I have the ability to notice, how am I feeling? What choices do I have? Did something seem to come back again? Oh, this again? What is it telling me? Something is trying to get my attention. Something wants me to get my attention. So I can actually take a moment and see. Am I looking with my eyes open, or am I looking in a tunnel vision, just expecting, well, that's the way I've always had it? And and listen to your own conversation with yourself. If it's like, well, that's who I am, that's how it's going to be, you're not giving yourself the opportunity to be even more. We don't have to settle for anything. We have the power, right? We have the freedom. That's the card of the day, freedom. Right. I have the freedom to be who I want to be. I have the freedom to choose. And guess what? When you decide to be what you want to see in the world, then that's all you seem to see. They seem to be everywhere. It's like, oh my gosh, I didn't realize they were everywhere. Now I'm seeing it. Now I'm feeling it. And then when you're filled with all of the things that inspire, that give you clarity to be confident and take action, there's no room to see the things that are distracting you or sending you off into illusions. There's just no room for it because you're filling up, right? I call that your MC Hammer moment, right? You can't touch this. I got this. I got it. Nobody can get me. I'm full. I got it. And just be ready for more. And always remember, open yourself up to see beyond your knowing. Always give your goals that little bit of extra for my greatest good beyond my knowing, because we might not even know what's even best for us. Right. We might not even know what's out there waiting if we limit what our goals are. So get yourself started. You're going up the ladder and say, and you know what? For my greatest good beyond my knowing. Thank you, Moon. Thank you, Mercury. Thank you, Sun. Thank you, planets. I can be anywhere with everybody because I am in control of me.
Wow. Wonderful. Oh, so much wonderful information, Lois. I had asked Talia this earlier, so I'm going to ask you. For people who have thought about a clearing or the benefits of Feng Shui or a moon circle or all of the other wonderful, things that you offer, how do you suggest people put their toe in the water to try to tap into some of the other things that can help them be clearer about their intentions and their actions and their pathway and, et cetera?
Well, one of the things that I love to do, I do a Thursday morning circle every week from 10:30 to 11:30. And it's a combination of what I call circle talk and a guided clearing meditation, where we actually use the tools of Feng Shui, of meditation, of all the underlying ways to connect with our subconscious in a very conversational and friendly way. So that's a very simple way to really connect. And so I do them 10:30 every morning, and I do a 7 p.m. circle the third Thursday of the month. So that's a very simple way to kind of get your toe in the water. I do it on Zoom. I've got people, from all over the country, Canada, one of the things that this past year has opened up, our ability to do things in a different way, so we can be open to more people. So that's really a very simple way, because everything I've learned, everything I do, I use everything. So all the studies through my Feng Shui, my energy clearing, the meditations are not meant to just relax you. I actually give you the opportunity to clear your energy, to release what's no longer needed. And it's all through using your imagination, just listening to a story. I play bells, I use my bowls, I play music, we talk. Very, very simple, no experience needed, very user-friendly. Even the most active minds, people that feel that I can't meditate, I can't calm down, my brain is always going. Well, we've got a wonderful way for you to be introduced to this work in a very fun and friendly way with these proven tools.
And that's wonderful. I've always used the analogy personally for myself that if I was going to buy another pair of shoes, I had to get rid of a pair of shoes in order to make room in my closet for the new pair of shoes. So it's sort of the same analogy that I try to use in my life, right? Like if you have your head so filled with worry, how are you supposed to let any good or positive, clear thoughts in your head if all you are is just consumed with worry? Just using that as an example. So
absolutely. And then, Dawn, you make a really good point, because while you're consumed with all that worry, that's all you're going to notice.
Right.
That's all you're going to see. You're going to see it everywhere. You're actually opening up your vibrations. We're all like human tuning forks, and you'll feel it everywhere you go. You'll feel the one that's in that alignment. But when you start shifting your alignment to a different place, that's what you start noticing.
Right. Unfortunately, I've read some things on social media where I see that some businesses are struggling with customers who are frustrated about the ever-changing requirements, masks, no masks, et cetera, et cetera. And the one thing that I have always said back as sort of a fellow business owner, just keep your vibration high, right?
Yes.
Don't ever sort of succumb to the darkness of someone's comment, because that's their comment, that's how they feel, and that should not change your mindset, your day, your week, your month, or your whatever. Don't let that information in. That is just information only. That is not you, right? You need to sort of put that in the place of where it needs to be.
Right. And we don't know where those people are coming from.
Right.
And this may just be their outlet to express their fear, their frustration of what's happening in their life. So the more you can show them kindness and compassion,
right,
the more impact you won't even realize that you're making. Because somehow you're going to help that person go from to like, if you start battling it out with them, you're just going to raise their frustration and anger to an even higher level.
Right.
And then with the two of you together, it's going to be even bigger.
Right.
So as challenging as it may seem, especially during these times, it's so important for us to be respectful of others. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion. Be respectful, be compassionate, and be kind. And that goes a lot further than battling it out with someone who has a different opinion, or maybe coming at you for like what are they picking on me for? I didn't do anything. It's just where they are, and you happen to be in front of them when they're like, it's like, you stubbed your toe and it all flies out. So it's that way that we can be, how can I add to the collective? Just by doing that makes a big difference.
Right. No, wonderful. So please share with everyone the different offerings that you have and how they can get in touch with you.
Well, the easiest way to get in touch with me is you can go to my website, LoisKramerPerez.com, LoisKramerPerez.com, and you could sign up for your free 10-minute tune-up. That will give you a way to put your toe in the water. I have all my events listed there. I do blogs. You can reach out to me. You can also schedule a call with me if you want to figure out, well, I want to learn more. I just want to have a conversation and ask you questions. Simple. Just go to callwithlois.com, CALLWITHLOIS.com, and schedule a free discovery call. Because in addition to the meditation and the clearing work that I do on a weekly basis, I do private energy clearings I work with realtors selling properties. I work with people moving in. I work with people just needing some calm in their space. And it's very hypoallergenic. I use a dowsing rod and a pendulum. I also offer feng shui consultations to help you be the best that you can be. And I also offer you how to take a peek into your true nature with the feng shui astrology sessions. So there's lots of fun stuff that we could do together. And again, LoisKramerPerez.com, callwithlois.com. On my Facebook page, I know you had in all your blurbs, Mambo Feng Shui. I'm always posting, and you can connect with me on Facebook too. I'd love to chat with you and share some more shui.
No, it's wonderful. Thank you. And I can give our audience, our viewing audience, I can personally attest and say Lois cleared my bakery space before I opened. Prior to me opening as a vegan bakery, my commercial space that I rent was a meat market. So there was a lot of, you can sort of feel the death and gloom when you walk through the doors. For those who believe, or you don't, and you're skeptical, I'm telling you, it made a difference. And people that walked in afterwards were like, wow, it is really, sort of very clear in here. And I don't mean clear in the literal sense of, obviously we turned the meat locker into a regular walk-in. I don't mean that. I mean like the whole energy of the space was completely different. So I can personally attest that, Lois has done a lot of wonderful energy work for me and my business, and sort of, again, keeping that vibration high and not kind of succumbing to anything that might be dark, that might be thrown at you, again, from persons that were having a bad day and just felt like taking it out on you, or whatever the case. But everything that Lois does really does keep your vibration very high. So I love what you do.
Thank you. And I love what you do. And I want to thank you for inviting me to share some shui today about the moons. And remember, take a breath, feel the feet on the floor. You got this, everybody. And thank you again, Dawn.
Thank you.
We love local. We love your local.
Thank you, Lois. And we will definitely post your website. Just in a couple of minutes, we're going to post your website online now on the live stream. And that's it. So thank you again to Lois for joining with us. Please reach out to her, LoisKramerPerez.com. See all of the wonderful offerings and services that she does have. And that's it. We'll say thank you. We're going to have another event in the fall and the holiday, and we would be really blessed and grateful if you can join us again. So we'll see you soon. Thank you.
Thanks. Have a great day.
Okay, bye. Okay, everybody. So thank you again to Lois, and we'll post her information shortly. We are going to take a 2-minute break before we talk to our last guest from Mana Contemporary. So again, tinyurl.com/loveyourlocal. Please donate whatever you can to help this cause and support the local businesses throughout Hudson County. Again, thank you to all of our previous guests throughout the day, starting out with the wonderfully beautiful, meditation with Lori and Talia Filippelli from Star Therapy, and Lucia and Chris from Whole Foods, and then our wonderful business partners in our panel discussion, and then Lois Kramer Perez, who talked about all of sort of the outside forces that are with us, right, and are affecting our decisions and our actions on a daily basis. So we're going to take a short break. We'll be back in a couple of minutes, and we'll see you then.
Hi, everybody. A little programming change. We are going to be ending our live stream today. So thank you again to all of our wonderful guests. We will be following up with Mana Contemporary with Teddy and Dan to talk about the Jersey City Mural Festival and hopefully some wonderful, visual and performing arts events and plans that they may have throughout the rest of the year and how the Chamber can be in support of that. So thank you again to everyone. Please remember tinyurl.com/loveyourlocal. The website's right there. Thank you to all of our guests today. Lori this morning with our wonderful meditation, to Talia Filippelli from Star Therapy, a local business in Hoboken, to our wonderful sponsors, Whole Foods Market, Lucia and Chris, talking to us about the local supplier program and all of the wonderful other programs that Whole Foods has available to businesses to donate. We talked to our panel today, which are our business partners, Dale from Buey Cafe, Daniela from Cafe Esme, and Clemence from Chacopan Bakery. We talked about some of the challenges and struggles and creative ideas that they all have to have their businesses reopen and sort of thrive within the community. And then we talked with the fabulous Lois Kramer Perez, and we will send out a newsletter and post Lois's website. It's loiskramerperez.com. That's LoisKramerPerez.com from Mambo Feng Shui and all of the wonderful offerings and services that she has. So again, apologies to everyone that we're ending early. We will be following up with Mana Contemporary to talk about the Jersey City Mural Festival that took place this past weekend. So thank you to everyone who joined us throughout the day. Thank you to all who have donated and will continue to donate and help Love Your Local Restaurant Relief Fund for local businesses throughout Hudson County. So thank you again. Stay tuned for our next iteration will be in the fall for the holidays. So thanks, everybody. Bye.